Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Itu salam kebajikan.
Ya, Indo nggak apa-apa. Namaste. Oh, pakai HT ya? HT di jalan.
Ini pakai HT juga nggak sih?
Dampingin sih ya pakai HT. Ayo,
Ready?
kok iki kok cempreng ya?
Cek 1 2.
Cek.
Cek.
Cek. Loh, iki lah lebih.
Berarti
Nah,
mic ini yang emang tidak baik.
mic itu.
Mic ini belum bangun.
Aku nggak suka
kebetulan.
yang ini. Aku
Tapi
nggak suka.
tapi harus disyukuri, apapun yang didapatkan di dunia ini itu harus disyukurin, Pak.
Iya, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Lupa sama belangkonnya.
Bukan lupa.
Ketinggalan.
Bukan ketinggalan.
Nyumpil.
Nyumpil.
Iya, ketinggalan di hotel pinter, anak pinter.
Emang pinter banget kok saya, terima kasih.
Ya, no wonder ya masuk FKG.
Iya, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah,
Jadi
FKG.
S2 imun. Bosan lihat saya.
Kenalan dulu sama ini ya,
dulu.
dunia imun dulu ya.
Oh, so.
I'm not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. I learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one loved you as you are. But won't let them break me down to this. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I'll make no apologies. This is me. Another round of bullets in my skin. We'll find a way to die.
Itu Sharon ya.
Waduh, pantesan kok bagus.
Ayo, bentar. Kok jadi kecil mic-ku?
Cek.
Won't let them break me down to dust.
Check.
I know that there's a place for us. For us. When the stars apart, wanna cut me down. Gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. This is me.
Waduh.
Waktu COVID gak sih?
Sharpest words wanna cut me down. I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be. is me. Cause here I come.
Mbak Nita,
I'm to be a drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me.
The fifth summer school, leading the future. Universitas Airlangga, excellent with morality.
I close my eyes and I can see a world is waiting up for me.
Ayo,
Then I call my
sebentar, ini ada update soalnya. Kok sama cowok?
through the dark, through where no one's been before, but it feels like they can say those songs crazy. They can say I'm loving you. I don't care,
Ayo, ayo.
crazy.
Oke, udah siap.
We can live in a world that we decide. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are giving me away. I feel the one around me, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make.
Tiga.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, a delightful morning here at Universitas Airlangga in Surabaya, Indonesia. We are truly honored to be hosting the esteemed opening ceremony of the fifth summer school, where this year our theme focuses on multidisciplinary collaboration and innovation for sustainable development.
Welcome to
The fifth summer school, leading the future.
Universitas Airlangga.
Excellence with morality. Wow, that was perfect.
That was perfect.
You know what? I think the participants could also memperagakan will also follow us.
Yeah, but maybe they still don't know it.
Yeah, let's do it one more time.
Okay, let's see. So when we say the fifth summer school,
You say leading the future. And when we say Universitas Airlangga, you say
excellence with morality.
okay, I think they got it. Would you like to try it out?
Should we try?
Let's try it out
Okay,
actually.
so-
Okay.
The fifth summer school,
Leading the future.
Universitas Airlangga.
Excellence with morality. Wow, I got the chills. That was
That
awesome.
was awesome.
That was awesome. Now, as you can see here, Miss Nita, we are actually gathered here today embracing the beauty of a hybrid format where today we are bringing together nearly 200 participants from various continents of the world, from Asia all the way to Africa.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Nita, and alongside me is my wonderful co-host.
Nabil,
Together, we have the immense privilege of serving as your MCs for today's special occasion.
And on behalf of the entire hosting team, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for the gift of good health and the opportunity to come together in person for this groundbreaking fifth summer school.
Now, without further ado, let us extend a warm, enthusiastic greetings to all our esteemed and honored guests in attendance today. The Honorable Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, and Community Development of Universitas Airlangga, Profesor Nino Mantri Puspaningsih. Oh iya, dirimu dulu dah. Iya, berarti aku habis ini diem.
Aku langsung di GSM sama Honorable.
Apa di GSM ngerti dah? Security bla 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 national.
The National Security Council. The Chairman of the National Security Council of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Nunung Nuryartono. The Honorable Director of the Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga, Professor Badri Munir Sukoco. Oh, okay.
Okay,
Ulang ya,
repeat.
ulang ya.
Now, without further ado, let us extend warm and enthusiastic greetings to all our esteemed and honored guests in attendance today.
The Honorable Chairman of the National Security Council of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Nunung Nuryartono.
The Honorable Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, and Community Development of Universitas Airlangga, Profesor Nino Mantri Puspaningsih.
The Honorable Director of the Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga, Professor Badri Munir Sukoco.
The Board of Directors of Postgraduate School Universitas Airlangga, Profesor Rudi Purwono, Profesor Sri Panca Madiawati, Profesor Suparto Wijoyo.
Our distinguished guest, the Vice Governor of the Indonesian Naval Academy, herewith is represented by Dr. Asep Iwa Sumantri.
All our expert instructors,
The heads of the units and centers at the Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga,
all the coordinator program study for master and doctoral degree in Postgraduate School Universitas Airlangga,
all the lecturers in attendance of the Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga,
the Quality Insurance Unit of Postgraduate School Universitas Airlangga and members,
and last but not least to all of the amazing participants of the fifth summer school. We thank you for your participation and keen interest in the program.
we would like to also thank our sponsors for the fifth summer school. To PT Smelting, PT Sier, Mayor Office of Surabaya, the Indonesian Naval Academy, Region Office of Ponorogo, Ekowisata Mangrove, Kopi Bujen, PT Prosperindo Envirotech, and also Bank Syariah Indonesia. We thank you for supporting the fifth summer school.
Now, before we begin today's agenda, let us together say Bismillahirrahmanirrahim together, such that today's event and also the events that follow will be able to run smoothly without any problems. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you. Now, we kindly request everyone to please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, followed by our university anthem, Hymne Airlangga.
To all audience, please rise. Indonesia Raya. Hymne Airlangga.
Thank you. You may now be seated.
Now we will begin the opening ceremony of the 5th Summer School by the opening speech from the Honorable Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, and Community Development of Universitas Airlangga, Profesor Ni Nyomantri Puspaningsi.
Please give a warm round of applause for Profesor Nino Mantri Puspaningsi. Aku baru ingat aku baru serka kok. Oke,
Bla 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 bla. Saya sebentar. Ada itunya, ada bumper.
Please give a warm round of applause for Profesor Nino Mantri Puspaningsi.
Tes, oke, aman. Ini perlu dimatikan atau nggak perlu? Gini aja.
Oke, lanjut.
Thank you, Profesor Nino Mantri Puspaningsi, for your inspiring words.
The second welcoming speech will be delivered by our Director of Postgraduate School Universitas Airlangga, to Profesor Badri Munir Sukoco. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Professor Badri, for your inspiring words.
Penari habis ini siap ya. Dear esteemed guests, instructors, and participants, as our welcome gesture to you, we would like to present a traditional dance from Central Java. Let us take a moment to appreciate the rich cultural heritage through a captivating dance performance called as Tari Gambyong.
Tari Gambyong is a classical Javanese dance that originates from the city of Surakarta, Central Java, Indonesia. It is known for its graceful and elegant movements. This dance typically features female dancers in vibrant costumes, often accompanied by gamelan music. It embodies the beauty and refinement of Javanese court culture and often serves as a welcoming performance or part of a larger ceremony.
Our welcome greetings, the classical dance of
Tari Gambyong.
Habis ini itu lah dia sudah ikut ke masih akan semuanya.
we're gonna make. There's a house we can build, every room inside is filled with even more away. Special things I combine, each wonder can make you smile on a rainy day. They can say it's all sounds crazy. They can say we've lost our mind. I don't care if they call us crazy. Run away to the world that we Every night I lie in bed, the brightest color fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. However big, however small, let me be part of it all. Share the dreams with me. You may be right, you may be wrong, but see that you bring me along. To the world you see, to the world I close my eyes to see. I close my eyes to see. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. A million dreams. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. For the world we're gonna make. I'm not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. I'm learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one loved you as you are. But won't let them break me down to this. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to be not strong. I'm not scared to be seen. I'll make no apologies. This is me. This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be. This is me. Regardless, here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat of drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. This is me. This is me.
I close my eyes and I can see a world is ringing out for me that I call my own. Through the dark, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say those songs crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy. world we're gonna make.
There's a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with dreams from far away.
Special things I combine. Each wonder to make it smile on a rainy day. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say the flowers are mine. I don't care if they call us crazy. Run away with the world and we decide. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest color fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make.
However big, however small, let me be part of it all. Share the dreams with me. You may be right, you may be wrong, but say that you're bringing me along to the world you see, to the world I close my eyes to see. I close my eyes to see.
Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head.
A million dreams are keeping me awake.
A million dreams. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. For the world we're gonna make.
I'm not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. I learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one loved you as you are. But won't let them break me down to this. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to be not strong. I'm not scared to be seen. I'll make no apologies. This is me. This is brave, this is Bruce, this is who I'm meant to be, this is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. Hey, hey, hey. And I'm marching on to the beat of drum. Hey, hey, I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. This is
for the world we're gonna make. There's a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with people far away. Special things I combine. Each wonder can make you smile on a rainy day. They can say it's all sounds crazy. They can say we've lost our mind. I don't care if they call us crazy. Run away with the world that we desire. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. However big, however small, let me be part of it all. Share your dreams with me. You may be right, you may be wrong, but see that you bring me along. To the world you to the world I close my eyes to see. I close my eyes to see. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. A million dreams. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. For the world we're gonna make. I'm not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. I learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one loved you as you are. But won't let them break me down to this. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the strongest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna swim afloat, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat of drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I'll make no apologies. This is me.
This is brave, this is Bruce, this is who I'm meant to be, this is me. The darkness, here I come. And I march on to the drum. I'm not scared to be seen, I make no apologies, this is me. This is me. This is me.
I close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me that I call my own. Through the dark, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say those songs crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy. We can live in the world that we decide. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are giving me away. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all.
Good morning and welcome to all our distinguished guests and participants. We ask you to please kindly take your seats as the opening ceremony will soon begin. Once again, we welcome you to the 5th floor of the ASEC Tower of Universitas Airlangga. We would like to inform you that the opening ceremony will soon be beginning. We ask you to please kindly take your seats. Thank you.
Special things I can buy with each wonder to make you smile on a rainy day. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say we've lost our
welcome to the room the Vice Rector for Research Innovation and Community Development of Universitas Airlangga, Professor Nino Mantri Puspaningsi, the First Admiral of the National Army of the Republic of Indonesia, First Admiral Dr. Asep Iwa Sumantri, and the Director and Board of Directors of the Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, dan salam kebajikan. Ladies and gentlemen, a delightful morning here at Universitas Airlangga in Surabaya, Indonesia. We are truly honored to be hosting the esteemed opening ceremony of the 5th Summer School, where this year our team focuses on multidisciplinary collaboration and innovation for sustainable development.
Welcome to
The 5th Summer School, leading the future.
Universitas Airlangga.
Excellence with morality. Wow, that was okay. That was good.
But I think they don't know it yet.
Yes, I think they can. Let's teach them.
Okay, so when we say the 5th Summer School,
You say leading the future. And when we say Universitas Airlangga, you say excellence with morality. Everyone got it? Yes, let's try it out. All right, one,
Okay,
two,
so,
three. The
the
5th Summer School leading the future. Universitas Airlangga, excellence with morality. Wow, I got the chills. That was perfect. That was awesome. Now, as we can see here today, we are actually gathered in a hybrid format where today we are bringing together nearly 200 remarkable participants from various continents of the world, from Asia all the way to Africa.
yes, allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Nita, and alongside me is my wonderful co-host.
Nabil,
Yeah, together we have immense privilege of serving as your MCs for today's special occasion.
and on behalf of the entire hosting team, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for the gift of good health and the opportunity to come together in person for this groundbreaking 5th Summer School.
Now, without further ado, let us extend a warm and enthusiastic greeting to all our esteemed and honored guests in attendance today.
The Honorable Chairman of the National Social Security Council of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Nunung Nuryartono.
The Honorable Vice Rector for Research into Innovation and Community Development of Universitas Airlangga, Professor Nino Mantri Puspaningsi.
The Honorable Director of the Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga, Professor Badri Munir Sukoco.
Also, the Board Directors of Postgraduate School Universitas Airlangga, Professor Rudi Purwono, Professor Sri Panca Madiawati, also Professor Suparto Wijoyo.
Our distinguished guest, the Vice Governor of the Indonesian Naval Academy, herewith is represented by the First Admiral of the National Army of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Asep Iwa Sumantri.
All of our experts, instructors,
The heads of the units and centers of the Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga,
all the coordinator of program study in master and doctoral for Postgraduate School Universitas Airlangga,
all of the lecturers in attendance of the Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga,
the quality insurance of Universitas Postgraduate School Universitas Erlangga, and also the members.
And also, but not least, to all of the amazing and remarkable participants of the 5th Summer School. Welcome, and we thank you for your participation and keen interest in the program.
We would like also to thank our sponsors for the 5th Summer School, PT Smelting, PT Sier, PT Mayor Office of Surabaya, the Indonesian Naval Academy, Region Office of Ponorogo, Ekowisata Mangrove, Kopi Bujen Cafe, PT Perindo Envirotech, and also Bank Syariah Indonesia. We thank you for supporting this 5th Summer School.
And before we continue today's agenda, let us together we say Bismillahirrahmanirrahim so that today's event and the events that follow will be able to run smoothly without any problems. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Now, we kindly request everyone to please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, followed by the university anthem, Hymne Airlangga.
To all audience, please rise. Indonesia Raya.
Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah ku berdiri, jadi pandu hidupku.
Thank you. You may now be seated.
Now we will begin the opening ceremony of the 5th Summer School by the opening speech from the Honorable Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, and Community Development of Universitas Airlangga. Please welcome Professor Ninyo Mantri Puspaningsih.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause for Professor Nino Mantri Puspaningsih.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Greeting from Universitas Airlangga. So welcome in Universitas Airlangga. So dear colleagues, our distinguished guests from Surabaya, Bapak Iksan, and also Bapak Henry, and from Bapak Iwa, yeah, I think, and also all the distinguished, the key speaker, and also instructor, and all colleges participant from any country. I think I looks very multidisciplinary and also multiculturalism is come from here. So I think it's really appreciate from your attendance, and also who join this summer program, summer school by online. So can we see the online? Okay, you can see here so many, I think more than 150, just already mentioned by the MC, that the participant is totally around 200. So give a big applause to School of Postgraduate. And also our distinguished guest, Professor Badri, the director of Postgraduate School, Professor Suparto, also the Deputy Director of Postgraduate School, Universitas Airlangga, and also the Professor, actually Professor Fendi, Professor Narahma, and Prof. Panca, the Deputy also Postgraduate School, and Prof. Nuno, our senior. So thank you for joining and coming for this program. So on behalf of the Rector, Universitas Airlangga, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you to the 5th Summer School on Multidisciplinary Collaboration and Innovation for Sustainable Development, hosted by Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga. So in this opportunity, I also would like to welcome me for the whole the keynote speaker, I think the guest lecturer, and also the instructor. Sorry, I just would like to read this kind of the listed of the guests from Professor Nunung Nuryartono, and then also Professor Atyom, I'm sorry, Riku. Okay, so you're from Russia, so welcome from Universitas Airlangga, from Tom State University, Russia, and also the instructor, international instructor, around 8 guests join this program. Professor Dr. Ansar Abbas. This is, oh, okay. Welcome to, maybe could you please stand up to everyone know you? Yeah, okay. Welcome to Universitas Airlangga from Hamdard University, Pakistan, and also Dr. Musa Al-Rifaya. I'm sorry if I'm wrong calling. Okay, from the Palestine Polytechnic University. So I come from directly from the Palestine. Is everything safe for your flight? Oh, Alhamdulillah. Okay. So from Malaysia, we have Dr. Nick Nurliati Fitri. I'm Nur, so welcome from USM, yeah, from Penang. Yeah, okay. And then Anna Panteado from University of Notre Dame, Australia. So welcome to Universitas Airlangga. And then Professor Altaf Marsud from Nanyang Business School, Singapore. Okay. And Professor David Price, Charles Darwin University, Australia. Welcome, Professor. And also from Pakistan, Dr. Owais Said. Okay, welcome. And again from National University of Singapore and US, Mr. Zaid bin Hamza. So welcome to Universitas Erlangga. So then we have also national Indonesian instructor, Professor Juansi, Dr. Made Sukartini. Okay, please stand up. We are the same from Bali. So we are Made M. Nyoman. So it's mean that she is the second daughter. I'm the third. But you can look here, but I'm older than her. So that is in Bali, we have 4 names. So Wayan, Made, Nyoman, and Ketut. So it's mean if you have another number 5, so it's mean maybe can be another wife, maybe. Or can be more than 4 children. Okay, just make a joke for that. So then also the sponsor, thank you very much. Oh, we have also another instructor from Universitas Erlangga, Professor Dr. Teresia. Oh, maybe not coming yet. And also the sponsor from Laksamana Pertama, Pak Iwa. Okay, thank you sponsoring our program. And also Mr. Budi Setiawan. Okay, he's our sponsor from dari mana ya Pak? Oh, smelting. Oh yeah, okay, smelting. And then from Surabaya, this city, we have also Bapak Kukuh. Okay, from Sampurna. And Bapak Didi Prasetyono from Sia. Not coming yet. So he's also one of our alumni, yeah. And also from the Mangrove Wonorejo, and also the sponsor from the Bank Syariah Indonesia, and also Properindo Enviro Teknologi or PET. And all the coordinator, the organizing committee, thank you for organize this summer school. And if I look the theme or the topic of this summer school is multidisciplinary. So the important thing of the multidisciplinary. So I would like to know, because the postgraduate school in Universitas Erlangga is also multidisciplinary postgraduate school. So if they are very specific field, so it will be managed by the faculty. So why the multidisciplinary is very important thing. So then I would like to know from the audience, from the participant who come from social science. Oh, that's good. From health, is there any from health? Okay, okay. And then from environment, I think environment is very from environment. So then from economy, maybe politic or business. Okay, I think more of the participants come from the economy and political and business, because our director also from the Faculty of Economic and Business, Professor Badri. So of course, I would like to welcome all the instructor and also participant on site and also online from, I think, more than 36 countries who participate in this event. It's really very marvelous, yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, Postgraduate School of Universitas Erlangga has successfully held, this is the 5th of the summer school, since 2020 or 2020. And this year's theme is multidisciplinary. So it's very, very important thing, because we know that the SDGs, we have 17 goals of the SDGs from number 1 until 16. I think is really very multidisciplinary and very close related with our life. From like no poverty, no hunger, education, health, the environment, blue, green, economy, and also the circular economy. And the important thing is the number 17 is international partnership. So why this summer school program, you can meet new colleges, you can meet new friends, and you can make like enlarging your network among the participant and also with the keynote and speaker and also the instructor. So I think the word needs across the discipline. Yeah. So why we meet together here for the 5 days program. So we need also innovation that for the SDGs, because the achieving SDGs it should be in 2030. And after that, we will entering for the mega trend until 2045. For Indonesia, this very important thing, 2045, we hope that we are achieving our goal, yeah, Indonesian at that time, because we have productive ages of the young generation in 2045 from Indonesia. So this summer school is also designed as both learning and also a platform for meaningful encounters among participants from various countries and also academic background. So we will engage in academic session, interactive discussion, led by distinguished global experts and from diverse discipline, culture, activity, and also cross-cultural collaboration. Last but certainly not least, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the advisor, the board, organizing committee, institution, companies, and also the volunteers who have supported the success of this program, both directly and also indirectly. Your contribution are truly invaluable, and I believe the insight shared here will shape the future. To all participants, we hope you will make the most of this opportunity and do not hesitate to ask questions, engage in discussion, and also share your experiences. Let this program serve as a platform to broaden your perspective, build international network, and most importantly, foster the spirit of collaboration that will be essential in your impactful academic and professional journey ahead. So thank you for all your contribution and also your valuable time and providing steer on this remarkable event. I invite you all to enjoy the FIP Summit School today and for a week to come, and I wish you all in very good health. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Nino Mantri Pusmaningsi, for your inspiring and welcoming words.
The second welcoming speech will be delivered by Professor Badri Munir Sukocho, the Director of Postgraduate School, Universitas Airlangga. Please join me welcoming Professor Badri Munir Sukocho.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Before I start our welcoming speech, actually, the sequence is been mistaken. Actually, it should be first. I should welcome all of you in our postgraduate school, then our vice rector. Anyway, the Honorable Vice Rector of Research, Innovation, and Community Development, Professor Dr. Nino Mantri Puspaningsi. Thank you for your coming, Prof. I know that you have a busy schedule today, and then you can come and then welcome everyone to join our 5th summer school. And of course, our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Nunu Nuryartono, the Chairman of National of Social Security Council, Republic of Indonesia, still on the way from the airport. And also Professor Artyom Yu Rukyun. Thank you for your coming again, Professor. Vice Rector for International Affairs, Tomsk State University from Russia. And of course, Vice Directors, Professor Panca Madhyawati, and then Prof. Suparto Wijoyo, Head of Quality Assurance Unit, and Head of Study Programs in Masters and Doctorate, Prof. Fendi, Prof. Mas Rahma, Dr. Nimade Sukartini, and of course, all of the lecturer from postgraduate school, Head of Research Center, distinguished leaders, professors, instructors that already say hello by our Vice Rector. Thank you for your coming. I know some of you maybe have some burden, difficulties to come to Indonesia during these days, maybe because of a tourism event in Middle East. And of course, our partners and sponsors, our close friend, the Secretary of Naval Academy, First Admiral Iwa Sumantri. Thank you, Bapak, Dr. Asep Iwa Sumantri. Thank you for your coming. And also our sponsor from Sierra that this afternoon will join this class. And also Pak Koko and PT Smelting Matunwun. Thank you for your coming, as well as from the city of Surabaya, our inspectorate, Dr. Iksan and Pak Henry. Thank you. The theme of our fifth summer school, multidisciplinary collaboration and innovation for sustainable development, is highly relevant for us as human beings. I know some of us already understand that the 2030 agenda for sustainable development adopted by all United Nations member states in October 2015 provide a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. Hopefully, by having these initiatives, we can end the poverty and other deprivation must go hand in hand with strategies that improve health and education, reduce inequality, and spur economic growth, all while tackling climate change and working to preserve our environment. 5 years before, it means that right now, 5 years before the end of this global initiative, humankind is starting to doubt the shared commitments. Post-COVID-19, we are experiencing heightened geopolitical risks in many parts of the world, beginning with the Russia-Ukraine crisis, and then South China Sea, China versus Taiwan, US versus China, Israel versus Palestine, and then Iran, Israel, USA. But before that, India and Pakistan. And it seems that always on and on and on. Consequently, food and energy crisis, heightened global inflation, and at the same time, global warming and other environmental challenges put additional pressure on us as human beings. I would like to report to our Vice Rector that we designed our summer school. This is our 5th summer school. Maybe the first and the second still online due to COVID. And now is the 3rd time we have done mostly in offline to address global students and early career practitioners and approach this challenge in an interdisciplinary manner. Previously, our Vice Rector also asked how many from social science, how many from STEM, and etc. And in intensive setting of stimulating lectures and interactive workshops that encourage exchange, students learn from international and Indonesian experts and participate actively in finding answers to the challenge of the post-pandemic era. I hope the summer school stimulate research and offer solution for collaboration for better world. Last, this is another important initiative from the postgraduate school of Universitas Airlangga. Currently, there are 80 participants and 19 instructors or professors from 28 countries. From Malaysia, will you raise your hand? Malaysia, okay. From Pakistan? Okay, thank you. From Pakistan. Palestine, of course. And Russia, Professor Toms. And then Australia, Singapore, Algeria, okay. Bangladesh, okay. Congo, This one I cannot pronounce it, Professor. This one is in French. Côte d'Ivoire, Pantai Gading. Pantai Gading. Ghana. Okay. Guinea. Kyrgyzstan. Sudan. Oh, Libya. Okay. Kenya. India. Oh, okay. Madagascar. Afghanistan. Tanzania. Mali. Morocco. Rwanda. Sri Lanka. Tajikistan. Tanzania. Egypt. Japan. Oh, Myanmar. Hello. Philippines. Salamat. And Yemen. A lot, Professor. I think we should give big applause to everyone. And also there were about 139 participants from Indonesia for Nyoman. Some were rescheduling their visit to Indonesia due to the recent war between Iran and Israel. And this morning I tried to calculate the total number of citizens in those countries for, I think, more than half of the world. For example, like the last study from UN, actually 2050, the biggest population actually in Africa, and most of you are coming from Africa, so it should be really good for us. I believe we can mitigate the global crisis smoothly to transform the world, because half of the world is in this room, and they are called to action to end poverty and inequality, protect the planet, and ensure everyone enjoys health, justice, and prosperity. Transforming social, economic, and governance is consistent with Indonesia's long-term vision, Indonesia 2045. Hopefully, we can take more opportunities from Universitas Airlangga global position. I think we need to mention this one because we are number 287 best university in the world by recent QS ranking, as well as our recognition is the 9th best university in the world for Times Higher Education Impact Ranking. So please give big applause under the coordination of Professor Ninyoman Tripuspaningsih. I hope Airlangga continuously improve its global performance and has a greater impact on national betterment. And also please give big applause to all of honorable speakers. And thank you to all of the participants and to the global committee who made this event a reality under the leadership of Dr. Salma Zulqaida. Where is it? Dr. Salma, thank you. Thank you and have a wonderful and insightful summer school in Surabaya. Enjoy your time, and maybe if you have time, you can enjoy many beautiful scenery, especially in East Java with Bromo Mountain and other mountains around East Java. Thank you, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Badri, for your welcoming words.
Dear esteemed guests, instructors, and also participants, our welcome gesture to you, we would like to present a traditional dance from Central Java. Let us take a moment to appreciate the rich cultural heritage through a captivating dance performance called Tari Gambyong.
Tari Gambyong is a classical Javanese dance that originates from the city of Surakarta, located in Central Java of Indonesia. It is known for its graceful and elegant movements, and this dance will typically feature female dancers in vibrant costumes, often accompanied by gamelan music. It embodies the beauty and refinement of Javanese court culture, and often serves as a welcoming gesture to special guests or a part of a larger ceremony.
Our welcoming greetings, the classical dance of
Tari Gambyong.
Gentlemen, to officially open the fifth summer school, we would like to invite to the stage Professor Nino Mantri Puspaningsi as the Vice Rector, Professor Badri Munir Sukocho, Director of Postgraduate School Universitas Erlangga, alongside with the Vice Director, Professor Rudi Purwono, Professor Sri Pancamadiawati, also Professor Suparto Wijoyo.
And we would like to also invite to the stage Dr. Salma Zulkaida as the chief of the committee and the four selected participants to symbolically represent all the attendees.
Well, it's five.
Oh, it's actually
Yeah,
five
it's
now?
five because so
Wow.
many.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I would like to call all the representatives. The first one will be Sarvinos from Kyrgyzstan. Please come to the stage. And then the second one, Ayat Abdin from Palestine. The third, Rikuto Ogawara from Japan. And then Behruz Khan from Pakistan. And then the last, Philbert Ira Dugunda from Rwanda. Please come to the stage, Prof. Nyoman, Prof. Badri, Prof. Suparto Wijoyo, Prof. Panca. Also, our
Chief of committee, Dr.
Yes.
Salma. This is a symbolic gesture by Universitas Airlangga as a gesture to symbolically welcome all of our participants to the fifth summer school. What is being given to the participants right now is a special traditional scarf from Indonesia.
also the next one from our director, the ID card. The ID card, Prof. Ini mulai ronde.
By handing over the official ID cards to our participants, they are now symbolically a participant of the fifth summer school
Yes,
and
officially.
now.
Right. Next, the handing over from our vice director.
The summer school t-shirt.
Yes, the summer school t-shirt.
I wonder when we
Where
get to
will-
use it.
Well, it will be for the fifth.
Oh, yes. It is a special t-shirt that please don't wear it now.
It's a secret.
It's a secret.
Yes.
But basically, please don't wear it now. As much as how good it looks later on you, it will be for a very special occasion.
Yeah, the theme is summer breeze.
Yes, indeed. I love the theme this year.
Yes, me too. And then the last, the goodie bag from the head committee.
Very special goodie bag indeed, containing everything they need for the summer school. Am I right?
Exactly. What is it inside?
I do. To be honest, I really like to know as well.
They don't know. They know already.
Oh, they know already, right? All right.
Okay.
All right. We will now take a quick group photo session.
Also, the dancer, you can come. Okay, this one first. 3, 2, 1. Okay, Uner hebat. Next, please wait for a moment. The dancer will be joining. And also, I would like to invite the sponsors, also all speakers. Oh, begitu. Iya, iya, iya. Oke, baiklah. Baik. Oke. Oke, di sini. Okay, now we move this side.
Please
And then
move to
take
this
picture
side
from
as the
this
photo
side.
will now be taken from the stage. So for all our respected guests on the first row below, please move towards the group photo area. And for our amazing speakers as well. Who are our photographers? Is everyone in frame? Apakah sudah kelihatan?
Yeah.
All, oh, also for the participants on sitting on that side, you guys can join to the middle to the group photo session. All right, everyone, look at the camera and smile. 1, 2, and 3, smile. 1, 2, and 3, say cheese. And 1, 2, and 3, say summer school. Next, Uner hebat. Take out your face out. Okay, all right. Thank you so much to our photographers, and also thank you so much to our respected guests and our participants. You may now return to your seats.
Okay, now we shall proceed to our highly anticipated keynote speech. The first keynote speech will be given by Professor Artyom Rikun from Tom State University, Russia, on the topic of education and social mobility in the global context. So without further ado, let's give big round of applause for Prof. Rikun.
Am I audible? Thank you. I guess I have a presentation here. So while it's downloaded, just few remarks. I would not consider it as a lecture. It's for me, it's an invitation for maybe a dialogue or discussion or consideration, since I'm mostly not a sociologist anymore because I'm vice director for international affairs, and this burden takes all my time, and it gives me slightly different perspective on what we will be discussing during this half an hour, which I will try to stick in. First, I would like to start with sort of where I came from, just to give the geographical context. Maybe the next slide. Yes, and the next one. So to compare, the country of Russia is still the biggest country globally. We have 11 time zones. And to compare with Indonesia, we have lots of things in common, lots of similar things. Well, the differences and the basic dimensions are all here. So we are 17 million square kilometers. Indonesia is 2 million, but other things are quite maybe comparable. Well, the next one. In the very center of Russia is located my hometown, the town of Tomsk, which American experts believe is the only college town in Russia. Because in terms of population, we are very small, we just 500,000. And 1/3 of that population are either academics or students or family members. We have 6 federally supported universities and 11 research institutes. So the density of educated and academically involved people is very high there. And it's a very special place. In terms of the climate, we are roughly in the same time zone as Surabaya, 8 hours straight to the north, you can imagine. So we are still below the Arctic range. And right now we have almost the same weather as you do here. It's 26 Celsius. You have 31, but well, it's more or less comparable. The next, please, the next slide. And my expertise. As I told, I'm less of a professor and more of a vice president. So the next one. What we are doing. The city of Tomsk is exceptional in terms of the quality and opportunities we offer to the students. We are included in QS list of best student cities globally, and we are on the 85th position there. So could you return the slide? Yeah. And nationally, we are the 3rd. Please. Yeah, so if you could turn it into the full size. Oh, yes, thanks. The next, please. Well, our university looks like this today. We are very proud that in 2020, we reached #1 position according to Times Higher Education Global University Rankings in internationalization. We pushed Moscow State University, which is the best university in Russia, aside. The next 3 years, they returned and we were 2nd best. And we are very proud to be in the top 100 in Shanghai ranking, which academics consider more important and less commercial than QS and THE. In terms of the student body, we are medium sized. We have 15,000 students and 3,600 are international. We are especially proud to have the biggest diaspora of Indonesian students in Russia. So we have 119 students from all over Indonesia, from Papua to Sumatra and Java, of course, 119. Next slide, please. During our existence, our university had 6 Nobel Prize winners. Next, please. The contemporary include, of these 3 persons here, one is alive, is Terence Vincent Callahan. He's a member of Swedish Academy of Science and a famous environmentalist. Next slide. In terms of the prominent alumni, we used to have 3 prime ministers belonging to different regimes, very different, from counter-revolutionary Kolchak and to Stalin, and the second important person in North Korea, Kim Jong-nam. Well, the quality remained the same. Regimes changed, but the university education became, kept the highest quality still. The next, please. Well, to the main topic. The next, please. And the next one. As a sociologist, I will look at the education and mobility within the context of the social system. Social system as a notion was offered by American structural functionalist and important sociologist Talcott Parsons. Here is the definition, but mostly we have to imagine society as a system. The system is the complex where parts are all interconnected heavily with each other. And education is one of the major parts, which guarantees that the system keeps the identity through time and changes come gradually, more or less. So the second slide, please. And the next, okay. So one of the dimension of the social system is what it is filled of. And there are different groups that might be imagined as critical to a society existence. Again, as a sociologist, I would put the classes first. And this picture shows bourgeois class, which emerged somewhere in the 17th century. The next, please. Ethnicity or ethnic groups are very prominent, especially for our country, which is multi-ethnical, multinational, and Indonesia. You have more than 280 nations and more than 280 languages, very different from each other. And the idea here, and on the next slide, is which groups are the most important for society functioning, for society life, where most of the conflicts appear from the classes or from the ethnic groups, or please the next, or maybe from gender. Feminist thinkers believe that the gender differences are the basic, and out of gender differences, class difference originated. So the next slide, please. Or maybe it's industry specific. For instance, in Russia, one of the analysts divided nation against industries. Not against, but by the industrial principle. For instance, you probably heard of a huge Russian company called Gazprom. It's the biggest producer of gas and gas-related products globally, one of the biggest. And this analyst believes that, speaking of citizenship, we could say that the true citizens of Russia are people on retirement because they depend directly upon the state, military people and police and all other forces because they also are hired directly by the states, and state officials. But there are people that are not really citizens of the state, but the citizens of global companies like Gazprom, because their life is very, very different from the rest of the country. This is an idea, so it has something in it. For imagine that you are an employee or high-positioned person in ExxonMobil or General Motors or Toyota, and you live your whole life circling the world around. Can you say that you are a citizen of, say, Japan or UK or US? Yes, you are. You can vote. But most of your life is tied very closely to the company you're serving. So this has something in it. Next one, please. In my country, territorial differences are very pronounced. For instance, you probably heard of Moscow and St. Petersburg. Most of you never heard of Tomsk, Novosibirsk, Samara. So Moscow and St. Petersburg are very different from the rest of the country. And I do believe that cities like Jakarta, Surabaya, maybe Medan are different from most of Indonesia. Of course, they are inhabited by Indonesia and they're located on Indonesia. But living there is very different from how the rest of the country lives. It's the same for Russia. And the next one, and of course, confessional differences are very important. I will take my glass of water. Well, to conclude, I would say that all these differences do produce important impact upon society dynamics, upon the social mobility, which we are talking about. The next slide, please. So now back to education. Education is the force that serves for the continuation of society or for changes, or maybe simultaneously. I roughly divide education between formal education, which is represented by official institutions like schools, universities, professional schools, and so on, and informal education, which sets the basis for what Pierre Bourdieu defined as cultural capital. Cultural capital is important thing which affects a lot the changes of mobility. First of all, it is recognition, which happens or doesn't happen when you meet your future employer. He either or she recognizes you as somehow on the same level, from the same pack as him. The best way is to have the same tie or a sign here if you originate from the same fraternity or sorority, or from the same institution like Berkeley, say, or MIT. You will be hired anyway. But the way you talk, the way you look, your manners, maybe your taste if you're invited for a dinner, they also mean a lot. So you're either one of us or not. And it affects a lot whether you will be hired or not. That's cultural capital. The next, please. So we do believe, those who are formally doing research in educational sociology, that the contemporary system of education, including schools, universities, is still based upon industrial system. It still serves the classical industrial system. So some pictures here, just the kid. He's sitting in the class. But the class and even this lecture hall are organized along the panoptical system. So it gives me an opportunity to see everybody in this class. But each one of you can only see me and the person directly in front of you. So it's very unequal position, and it presupposes that me is the center of knowledge, my word matters, and the audience has to listen and comprehend. Ironically, this system was not developed for the schools. It was developed for the prisons. So penitentiary system is built upon the principle that criminals could be returned to society through correct education, through correct indoctrination, and to ensure that all the other channels of information had to be cut away. That's why this inequality in perceiving the information. And this system is the true basis of school education, because school education in the industrial area, in the industrial era, served the purpose of training highly disciplined and uniformly produced, formed, thinking people that will be good workers, good clerks, and would serve the system, which is very regular, in a regular way. So the next one. Oh, yeah. Well, some roots of the history, which will bring us to the current day. If we imagine the history of humanity, it will take 5,000 years, roughly. So the historical period, roughly, is 5,000 years. And my thesis is that the formal education on the massive scale is extremely short period in this huge line. So to look at that, Roman Empire, which takes us 2,500 years back, maybe 2,200 years back. Plinius lived in after Christ, but He is example of Roman intellectual, but he was not exactly literate. All that he wrote, the natural history, he orally dictated to his secretaries. More of that, they edited his natural history. So the book that is, world known was not exactly written by him. He gave extensive interviews. He gave extensive conversations on the subject of natural history. And his secretarial pool recorded that and subsequently edited that. And who were the true educated persons? Part of army and bureaucracy, which Romans invented. And ironically, most of the bureaucracy were not Romans by the birth. They were slaves that got freedom. Most of them were from Greece. But that was very tiny proportion of the population, maybe 1% or 2%. That's what literate people were in the Roman times. Next one. Well, Middle Ages. Formal education covered this proportion, maybe, well, in the best developed nations up to 30%, which is probably an exaggeration. And for more, 10%. It included clergy who could read Latin, and that was formal education. And thank you. And the basis of free arts, which composed later, a bit later, the basis of the university education. So the classical university started with the free arts. First of all, from Latin and Greek. So if you are in the true university, you have to speak Latin. I don't speak, unfortunately, neither Latin nor Greek. But in my university, we still have that subject. We are proud of that, because we were developed as classical university by Emperor Alexander II. Feudal lords, that was very special education. In the modern terms, it was mostly martial arts, not unarmed combat. It was quite armed, but most of the education was organized around the ability to fight and a bit of the manners, how to behave to your lord and your responsibilities towards, the land you have in your command. And urban community. These guys, the third class or the third community, they were educated in the modern sense because they were very practical. They had to know how to count, but part of that also originated professional education, because professional groups appeared in the cities. Those people that later gave birth to industrial development. The next one. Modern age. It did not too much to the extension of the education, but it changed everything because the idea of progress was born at that time, roughly. These people, somewhere in the 16th, 17th century, did recognize that there is no returning to the previous ages as Renaissance believed it could be. No returning, just moving ahead. And they did move. Roughly in that period, Europeans first appeared here in Asia, in South Asia, in Southeast Asia. So the great discoveries required practical skills. They required navigators. They required firearms specialists. They required all the skilled workers capable of producing ships, capable of sailing around the globe. And the next, please. The next, please. Oh, yeah. This guy actually formed professional education. Probably 90% of that was originated by him. He's Frederick Winslow Taylor. He worked a lot at different plants in the United States, and he was the person who introduced standards first for all labor operations, and second, he masterminded, developed, described and implemented professional education. An example, you probably heard of Winchester rifles. That's famous firearms producer in the United States. In late 19th century, maybe a bit earlier than that, when the Wild West was still, important, one rifle out of 5 produced in Winchester plant was capable of shooting or did not shoot. For the people of my time, we still remember maybe the film The Bad, the Good, and the Ugly. You remember that? So Clint Eastwood was the main character, but Eli Wallach was the person we need here. That's the bad person. He entered a hardware shop where all kinds of hardware, including firearms, were sold. He demanded guns, and the seller gave him 3. He assembled 1 out of 3. So he disassembled them, then assembled 1. And that one was capable of shooting. Why? Because there were no standards of neither tools nor operations or productivity, time that had to be spent upon some particular operation during the industrial process. That's why the quality was so poor. And this person changed everything in that. And his book on the principles of scientific management was published in 1911. And that's when the formal professional education began. So out of 5,000 years, we just have roughly 130 years of massive formal education. The next slide, please. And now we come into the age that some cultural sociologists call post-modernity or late modernity or post-industrial age. So it might be, well, very different. It is characterized by the things: digitalization, flexible formats, hybrid learning. And in that respect, we are on the very different level of, I would say, sympathies. For instance, in China, it's very hard to use paper money now. Most of the shops, they do not use paper money. You have to be paying with this, not even the credit or debit card, this. This is what they work with. We in Russia, you here still recognize paper money, still recognize plastic cards. Funny, and maybe, well, maybe not funny. Europe and the US are still into some paper documents. Like if you buy a house, you will be given paper which states that you are the owner. This is the way that is done in West Europe and the US. Still, I believe in Australia it's the same. I bought the house last year and I was given nothing. I was just given this trace here in my phone, and that's the only justification that I'm the owner. Well, but the critical changes in education are reflected on the lower part of this slide. In some areas, like the IT, which is one of the most demanding, promising, high-paying, and so on, about 50% of working places or vacancies does not require formal diploma. You might be hired, and quite often you are hired on the basis of your experience, skills, and reputation. And your future employer might not ask at all at any point whether you have formal diploma in IT or not. You might not be asked about that. So it's a fact. And the next, please. What kind of person, what kind of society do we have in the end of this development of educational and social system? The person in the center is Richard Florida, American sociologist who invented the notion. He didn't invent that, but he coined that and made it popular. The notion of the creative class. The creative class. So the creative class are the people that are really pushing this society forward. And what it gives us. The middle class, the pride and joy of industrial age, is shrinking, and the social structure is polarized. So we have small proportion of creative class. We have service class, which embraces lots of former middle class and skilled and semi-skilled workers from the manual sector. We have downshifters, those who started as creative persons and found that they might have other interests to pursue in their lives. And it makes our development kind of not that straight anymore in terms of the GDP growth, in terms of personal achievements, in terms of the security and other things that we did rely upon during industrial age. So the kind of person which is now produced in the educational system is graduate without steady and certain perspectives of being employed and keeping this career which he received or she in a university for the rest of his life. Re-education might be required more than once, and no one can be sure that after a university, he or she will get steady career. So the next, please. The consequences are written here. Some I will probably have to explain. So the typical and the most vivid example of a creative class representative is a person who might not have constant stable employment. He moves from project to a project, and if his reputation grew, he might have success quite sooner than it was expected or possible, say 50 years or even 30 years ago. That's why horizontal loading scenario. This loading is used in washing machines. So if the door is on the front side, you load all the stuff there. And this scenario is used for successful representatives of creative class. They start young, like in 23 years, a person who just graduated from a university might get a lab, like a big data and data analysis lab at my university. It's medium-sized building, lots of employees, absolutely huge career for this particular period, decent salary, and international consortium of big data, which she masterminded. I'm speaking of particular person. And the workload is very high. 16 hours a day, maybe. And well, in this regime, this particular person might work for some while, about 10 years maybe. Later, he might become a downshifter or continue, but well, you never know. Things like social guarantees, which were originated in the industrial era, like tenure tracks, pensions, savings that will help to keep you, up and your family when you are retired, are not that certain. So you have to mastermind what you can do on your own. And there is no, a lot that we can expect from the state. The social structure is open to the lower strata. So you can move from the lower service class to what remained of middle class. Some of the luckiest might enter the creative class, but the upward mobility is very limited, roughly from 1990s. And the next one. In terms of the organizational development, with the wide introduction of artificial intelligence, we can observe the reduction of lower and middle management, the rise of the service class jobs, and the belief that final efficiency is more important than formal things that lead to this. Modern company, which is a network mostly, relies upon affordable communication, well-protected, reliable communication channels. It is most likely dispersed around the globe, and it requires people with very high skills in both technological and either humanities or sciences, but technological plus what used to be university science or post-university is crucial here. Very skilled people specializing, say, in law and artificial intelligence simultaneously. That's what they are in the top. And lots of service class people. And next one, please. For the countries, probably two scenarios might be imagined here. Well, these, of course, are, well, just, for this moment. I cannot insist that these definitions or these labels will work for a long time, but we do not have nothing better. So I'm using this. The rich countries, they will still attract super experts from all over the globe. And those countries that will attempt to keep that experts, high-skilled people, right university graduates at home, they will have two choices, either to be subordinate or to try to isolate themselves. I don't know which scenario my country will follow, and lots of other countries also experience this. And the next one. This is the fate of the middle class. And the next one. Yes, here. And the next. Well, actually, I was about to say that we still have some hope. In the period when artificial intelligence is getting the position equal to the human employees, the so-called Zoomer generation is the generation that will live to meet the challenge of working with the artificial intelligence. And there are at least three human qualities that are still in demand, and that machine or artificial intelligence is so far incapable of producing and demonstrating. These are intuition, empathy, and imagination. So if we develop these qualities in our students, some of them are sitting here and do represent the Zoomer generation, we might have a chance in the future. Because Zoomer generation, they have lots of traits of character, like they might be doing different tasks in the same time, but not very well. They are very quick, they are smart, but they cannot concentrate. They do prefer images to, texts, and they are oriented towards the fast results. So they have both good and not so good qualities. But if they imagine these three features, we do still have some hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rico, for your inspiring keynote speech.
We would now like to invite Professor Nunung Nuriartono, the Chairman of the National Social Security Council of the Republic of Indonesia, to please give his keynote speech. To Professor Nunung, the stage is now yours. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause for Professor Nunung.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Salam sehat sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Distinguished guests, Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, Community Development, University Erlangga, Professor, wait a minute, I have to, Profesor Dr. Ninyoman Tri Puspaningsih, all speakers from various institutions and countries, Professor Artyom Yu, who just gave us a very insightful keynote speech regarding on the development on education system. All summer school participants whom I truly admire. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very a good opportunity for me to be here and a great honor and privilege to deliver keynote speech address at the 5th Summer School organized by Postgraduate School of University Erlangga with the theme Multidisciplinary Collaboration and Innovation for Sustainable Development. In this occasion, I also please allow me to begin my expressing my deepest appreciation to the University of Erlangga for convening this very important forum, serving as a platform for scholars, professionals, and students from across discipline and nation together, exchange insight, and explore collaborative solutions to the world's most pressing challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me start with some global challenge. Slide, please. There are around 15 global challenges facing by us right now. I believe that you can also add the other challenge we are facing domestically, either domestically or globally. So we can start regarding on the climate change. Every country, every person aware that climate change is not just an issue. Climate change really happen and hit and a big impact and influence the livelihood of the people. So the problem then, how can sustainable development achieve by addressing the climate change that already occur all around the world? And another interesting things that Professor Artyom Yu just delivered the speech regarding, like for example, the challenge number 6, AI for everybody. In every opportunities, once we connect through the internet, we able to use artificial intelligence. Some of us benefit from the artificial intelligence. Some of us is still trying to engage with the artificial intelligence. So the question is that how can global information, communication technologies, artificial intelligence, big data, and cloud computing forward everyone? Or in another term, are everyone really benefit to have artificial intelligence? And another challenge is still related with Professor Artyom Yu, challenge number 9, education and learning. How can education and learning make humanity more intelligent, knowledgeable, and wise enough to address the global challenge? So the role education and learning is very important. Ladies and gentlemen, there are still some of global challenges that everyone should answer. how we able to solve the problem or how we able to make a good roadmap dealing with a particular global challenge. Next, please. At least as I pointed out, there are 15 global challenges that we are facing. So one global challenge connect to other challenge, meaning that the complexity of today global issues we cannot solve by just only or particular science. In the development of science itself, we know now regarding on what we call it transdisciplinary science. It is very important, so that's why today's forum is very important. I believe that you are all come from across a discipline. So it is a good opportunity to share at least how we answer 15 global challenges by different perspective of science. Therefore, again, your presence here today reflect a shared recognition that on the complexity of global issues, ranging from climate change, social inequality to health crisis, and the impact of digital transformation, demand comprehensive, cross-disciplinary responses. I hope during this summer program, it will one solution, one of the a good idea coming from the participant related to transdisciplinary science approach. Next, please, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to move regarding on the issues of welfare state and social protection. The important pillar of welfare state, because welfare state actually related also to how total public spending can be used to improve the welfare of the society. At least there are two important programs as a characteristic of welfare state. We call it social protection and benefit in kind. I would like to focus on social protection part where I'm as the chairman of National Social Security Council. For the social protection program itself, we can see two important parts. We call it social assistance and social insurance. I will talk later on how in Indonesia case, social assistance and social insurance develop from time to time. And in the part of social insurance, we can then see the three important programs called retirement program, healthcare, and unemployment program. Even through social assistance itself, the government also deliver what we call it income support. Ladies and gentlemen, how we then connect the social protection to the Sustainable Development Agenda. Next, please. As may you know as well that there are 17 goals how it should be achieved by end of 2030. If we divided 17 Sustainable Development Goals, I will divide it into human development, environmental, political, and economic part. The question then, regarding on the social protection itself, are the social protection pillar influenced partially or comprehensively to achieve every single development goals? We can start by the goals number one, no poverty. Again, what kind of social protection program should be created by every country, should be developed by every country to achieve zero poverty? The government of Indonesia and the President of Prabowo targeted zero extreme poverty by 2026. The question, it is ambitious or not? I answer that is not ambitious because Indonesia right now under 2.15 US dollar per capita per day, the percentage of extreme poverty is around 1.13% or around 3.1 million people Indonesia under extreme poverty indicator. By having different social protection program, Indonesia will able to achieve zero extreme poverty, meaning again how important social protection to be channel to achieve every single sustainable development goal. If we talk, let's say, regarding on the SDG number 2, which is zero hunger. Are there any social protection program in Indonesia trying or is a part to achieve zero hunger? The answer is yes. Every month, Indonesian government provide food assistance for the poor people. Around 18.9 million households receive this kind of program. So, by giving 2 examples how sustainable development goals can be achieved through different pillars of social protection where Indonesian government running those kind of program. What about the environment? If we are talking, let's say, life below water, are there any social protection program as a part to achieve the SDG number 14, sorry. My answer is yes. There are any program of social protection to achieve different sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give an overview how Indonesia government really concerned as a part of welfare state. But Indonesian welfare state is different compared to Western welfare state. Nordic model, Western part of Europe model, and other part of global country who declare as welfare state. Indonesia is different because ideologically Indonesia has a Pancasila. So how welfare state through Pancasila bring all society of Indonesia, every single individual in Indonesia achieve a welfare as what written in the preamble of Indonesia. Next slide, please. So as the moderator introduced me, I'm a chairman of National Society Council of Indonesia. Actually, Indonesia succeed to establish law number 40, 2004. In general, formulating general policy and ensuring the synchronization of the implementation of the National Society System or SGSN. This is the umbrella where government of Indonesia deliver different kind of program, what we call it social protection. A part of social protection itself we call social security. And what actually the duties of National Social Security Council First, conducting studies and research on implementation of Social Security, proposing investment policies for Social Security Fund, and also giving recommendation budget allocation for social security contribution, for contribution assistance recipient TBI, and for operational expenditure. I will talk later on. And of course, the authority, we have to conduct monitoring and evaluation the implementation of Social Security in Indonesia. Function, duties, and authority is very important for the development of social protection and social security in Indonesia. We are very fortunate that one of the professor University of Airlangga, Professor Rudi, is a member of DGSN. Thank you, Professor. So I believe that University of Airlangga will contribute more to be able to improve the social security development in Indonesia. Next, please. This is actually the member of National Social Security Council of Indonesia consists of 4 elements. As a government representative, there are 5 persons from the ministry, the coordinating ministry of community empowerment, which I am as a representative of the coordinating ministry of community empowerment, and then from Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Labor, and then Manpower, and Ministry of Social Affairs. And also we have a representative from expert and public community. There are 5 persons. One of them is Professor Rudi, and then from employee organization, as well as from worker organization element. Let me mention you in detail on importance of Social Security. Next, please. The principal law of National Social Security System in Indonesia, Article number 28H of the Amendment 1945 Constitution, clearly mentioned that everyone has the right to Social Security, which enable his or her full development as a dignified human being. While Article 34 also emphasized the state develop a social security system for all people and empower the weak and incapable in accordance with human dignity. If we back to Article number 28 and Article number 24, Indonesian development pathway clearly what we know now as an inclusive development. And also it's related with the no one left behind. Because this constitution not allow that every single human or Indonesian citizen are left behind the other. Therefore, to determine how we implement our constitution, the law number 40, 2004 on national social security system has been established, and then followed by law number 24, 2011 on social security agency, and then continued law number 6, 2023 on the stipulation of government regulation in lieu of law number 2, year 2022 regarding on job creation to become law. Actually, the national social security system is implemented based on the principle of mandatory participation. Ladies and gentlemen, next slide, please. This is the big umbrella how social protection program in Indonesia. There are 2 important pillars of social protection program. First, social assistance. So earlier I already mentioned to you all that actually social protection is the important pillar to achieve SDG.
Social assistance in Indonesia, we call it non-contribution schemes. We have a program Keluarga Harapan, PKH, and then we have a Smart Indonesian program for every student from a poor family. Government provide scholarship, and government also right now, I think next month will be launched by the president. We call it Sekolah Rakyat. That around 100 Sekolah Rakyat will establish in all over of Indonesia. Actually, this is part of social assistance, yeah, to be able to break down, to break out the poverty. And then another social assistance type, we call it basic food assistance program. So that's why in the beginning, I also clearly mentioned that it is part of how we have to achieve zero hunger, SDG number 2, because Indonesian government has a basic food assistance program. And another part, there are two pillars that should work together: social security or insurance, where contribution scheme. We have two important: national health insurance and employment social security. One, the provider is BPJS Ketenagakerjaan, and the other is BPJS Kesehatan. The strategy and direction policy toward adaptive social protection. As also may you know that shocks can be happen without any announcement. We cannot predict that, like for example, there will be suddenly there will be earthquake, suddenly there will be volcano erupted. So therefore, Indonesian government also move what we call it adaptive social protection. We have to prepare anytime, everywhere in Indonesia, from Aceh to Papua, to be able to adapt and to mitigate immediately if there is shock hit a certain area in Indonesia. The transformation of social protection toward adaptive protection is aimed at increasing the coverage of social protection, social assistance, actually based on vulnerability status, social security and employment, as well as entrepreneurship opportunities for the entire community, both in the condition without disaster and with disaster. As you also know that Indonesia is very prone because we are on the ring of fire. So we have to adopt what we call it adaptive social protection. I will also mention you last year when I represented of the Indonesian government attending G20 meeting discussing about social protection program. Indonesia at that time asked for other G20 country members to prove or to agree on the term of adaptive social protection. Yeah, we are happy because all G20 members then put adaptive social protection notion in the document of social protection. So every G20 members country then should also have a roadmap how we have to deliver adaptive social protection. Of course, with the different type, different particular program based on the characteristic of the country of G20 members. Back to the slide before. Yeah, there are many programs of social insurance. Yeah, national health insurance. This is mandatory to Indonesia. What kind of the benefit? Benefit is health services, including promotive, preventive, rehabilitation, and curative. Since the establishment of this program, Indonesian government able to reduce out of pocket for health services, meaning that every single individual in Indonesia, when they want to go to the health services, they already covered by social insurance. And another type of employment social security program, actually there are 5 programs: employment injury security, death security, old age security, pension security, and unemployment benefit. What the GSN would like to promote now is this has become one of ecosystem. part of ecosystem to achieve and to improve the welfare of the society. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next. Yeah. Regarding on the health insurance, Indonesia, the population of Indonesia is around 280 million. As per May 2025, GKN already covered reached 28% of total population. And Indonesia already achieved universal health coverage. Within 10 years, you can imagine a country like Indonesia, from Aceh to Papua, with different characteristics. We are not continent country, we are archipelago country. The program of social protection called health insurance already cover 280 million, almost around 270 million people in Indonesia. How much benefits that all Indonesian individu already given by the government. Of course, we are still facing some problem because many of the members inactive. Yeah, around 20 up to 40 million. We are still trying to reach why the people is inactive of the membership. Maybe due to they already moved from one region to another region. Yeah. And also maybe they already die and so forth and so on. So this is also our task of DGSN to ensure that all individu in Indonesia covered by health insurance. And this is the proportion of the membership of every segment of the population. Next, please. Yeah, next, please. Yeah, this is, sorry, part is still in Bahasa because I just got this number in the morning. Social protection roadmap for worker. There are 5 types of benefit that every worker in Indonesia, as long as they are as a member, then they receive a different type of benefit. For actually the number of Indonesian labor force, yeah, is around 100 million more. And the formal membership now is around 35.3 million. In total, all workers already covered by this type of program is around almost 55 million. And hopefully, by the end of 2025, reach around 60 million workers covered by worker social insurance. The challenge in Indonesia, how we have to cover the informal sector, because many labor in Indonesia, many workers in Indonesia categorized as informal sector. So we have to deliver a particular program, not a common program for informal sectors. Next, please. Okay, I would like to, next, please. Next, please. Yeah. Then how about the role of university? This is my last slide. Actually, university as engine of economic development. Yeah, there are 3 important pillars: education, research, catalyzing innovation. This forum, one of program to prove that university as engine of economic development. So that's why I propose this forum has to overcome, at least when you discuss 15 global challenges. what kind of strategy, what kind of network that we have to collaborate to solve at least one global challenge. Then I will hear from Bu Wakil Rektor and Prof. Rudy that this summer program will be implement a constructive program to tackle one or two global challenge. We are very happy if the fifth summer program able to formulate a strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, I will end my presentation. I believe that this forum holds immense strategic potential. It may inspire new research partnership, spark interdisciplinary initiative or transdisciplinary science, and contribute valuable perspective to the formulation of policy and practice in both local and global context. As I draw this bit to close, I extend again my sincere congratulations to University Erlangga on the successful organization of the fifth summer school. I wish the entire program smooth proceedings, fruitful discussion, and lasting impact. May this event serve not only as an academic milestone, but also as a seed of collaboration among the participants that continues to grow and bear fruit for sustainable, inclusive, and just development. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Professor Nunung, for that inspiring keynote speech. And to Professor Nunung, please kindly remain standing in front for our next agenda. And we would like to also invite to the front Professor Artem Yurikun also to please come forward and join Professor Nunung in front for our next agenda.
Ladies and gentlemen, the organizing committee of the fifth summer school held by Postgraduate School Universitas Erlangga would like to present the token of appreciation to our keynote speakers.
We would like to invite to the front the director of the Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga, Professor Badri. Herewith will be represented by the Board of Directors, Professor Rudy, Professor Sri Panja, and Professor Suparto. We kindly invite you to the front to please present the token of appreciation to our amazing keynote speakers.
I would also like to invite our Vice Rector, Professor Ninyoman. Okay, now the photo session with our head committee. Bu Made, please join. Also, Bapak Laksamana Muda, monggo bisa bergabung. Also, Profesor Mas Rahma. Pak Arif bisa bergabung juga, Dr. Arif, silakan.
Okay, now look at the camera and smile.
Thank you.
Thank you to our respected guests. You may now return to your seats. As we bid farewell to this momentous occasion, we extend our deepest appreciation to all of our esteemed guests and esteemed instructors and remarkable participants who have begun this remarkable journey with us together, embracing the start of the 5th summer school.
On behalf of the organizing team, we humbly apologize for any mistakes or inconvenience during the opening ceremony.
I am Nabil,
I'm Nita.
and see you soon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. For our respected guests and instructors, we invite you to come outside and enjoy
The lunch.
the lunch that has been prepared by the organizing committee. So to our respected instructors and our respected guests, you may enjoy the lunch that has been provided by the committee outside. For the participants, please kindly remain inside the room for an important announcement. We once again invite all of our respected instructors and guests in this room to enjoy the lunch that has been provided by the committee outside. For all the participants, please kindly remain in the room for an important announcement. Once again, for all the participants, please kindly remain in the room for an important announcement regarding the program of itself.
That I call my own. Through the dark, through where no one's been before, but it feels like
All right.
they can say our songs were empty. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy. We can live in a world that we decide. 'Cause every night I lie in bed and
All right. So, participants, I know you're hungry. I'm also hungry. I didn't have breakfast at the hotel. Well, even if I did, I had a little bit of breakfast though. I don't know if you saw me there. But just a quick and important announcement for all of you regarding the program itself. So I have two important announcements that I would like to convey to you all from the organizing committee. First of all, is regarding the assignment that you have as a participant of the 5th summer school. And the second important announcement is regarding the issuance of the program certificate. So for the committee in charge, please kindly present the screen. All right, so for our offline participants, there are two tasks. So the first one, for the offline, your assignment is to prepare an article that is related to the respective disciplines that are attending the AAL, which is the Indonesian Naval Academy, and the mangrove. So you are to produce a popular scientific article that will cover the current topics that is in line with your disciplines. So you will choose an issue that is relevant to their activities in collaboration with their respective disciplines. And the article itself should be 500 to 700 words with Arial font and size 11 with 1.5 line spacing. I believe this will be shared with you all later on. Next. For our online participants, I hope you are there and not fallen asleep yet. Your task is to produce also a popular scientific article that examines one or a combination of issues in the SDGs. So it's a little bit different. So for our online participants, you guys are focusing on issues regarding the SDGs that are relevant to the summer school. And the main assignment, as you can see, is still the same. Next. Now, next is the second assignment, which is to make a video. And this is for both online and offline participants. So your assignment here is to create a video in your group, which is 3 to 5 minutes long and will highlight the important themes in the summer school activities. So it must be informative, educational, and visually appealing to represent the group's reflection on the topic studied. So however creative you guys can be, that's okay, as long as it contains these aspects in the video. So I believe the groups will be shared with you later on. And for the duration itself is 3 to 5 minutes. And those are the required elements that you can see here. Next. And all assignments later on are to be submitted on July 3rd, 2025, this year, not next year, not last year, no later than 12 p.m. afternoon. No later than 12 p.m. All right. So 12 p.m. is the maximum. And there will be a link for you all to submit your assignments later on. And if you guys have any questions regarding the assignments, kindly contact your LOs so that they can help answer your questions. Why not ask me now? Because I have no idea what the assignments are, to be honest. All right. For the organizing committee, can you share the next document regarding the issuance of the program certificate? All right, so first of all, scroll up. First of all, participant status. So to attend all sessions, you must have officially registered and also completed the administrative requirements by the committee. And you must also have 100% attendance in all of the sessions of the 5th summer school. So you are required to attend all the opening sessions, core lectures, discussions for both the online and offline participants, visits, and also any closing sessions only for the offline participants. And there will be an attendance that will be taken once every day for our online participants and also twice a day for our offline participants. So the attendance will be taken when you come into the session and also when you exit. So in the beginning and at the end of the day. And you are expected to stay active in the sessions. So if you have any questions that you would like to ask to the instructors during the discussion session, so we ask you to stay active and ask those questions and also collaborate politely, as all of our instructors in the 5th summer school are all very great people, so very good for networking as well. And also for assignments and evaluation, you must complete all the assignments, so those 2 assignments on time. And if you have any late submissions, please kindly contact the committee and give a valid reason, because if you don't submit it on time without a valid reason, it will result in disqualification and the certificate not being issued. Next, regarding the dress code and conduct, so you must wear neat and proper attire on campus. And also you must, for security reasons as well, ensure that you wear your name tag, your participant ID card all the time to ensure your security for throughout the program. At the end of the day, of course, we will verify all of the attendance records and assignments that have been submitted. And before the 5th day of the event, so on the last day, once we verified everything, those certificates will then be issued to you guys in a hard copy. For penalties and disqualifications, so if you have any absence or any ethical violations or data fraud, it will result in automatic disqualification. What do I mean by data fraud? So for example, you don't come in to the session, but you ask your friend to put your signature down for you. In Indonesia, we call that titip absen. So don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, because we will verify all the data, and we also have CCTV in each room. Not to scare you guys, okay? And if the organizing committee has made a decision, it is final and it cannot be rebuted. And by registering and also attending the 2025 summer school, you as the participants are deemed to have already read and understood and also agreed to all of the above terms and conditions. All right. So I believe all of this should be shared with you soon by in your WhatsApp group chats. If not, you can ask your LOs for further information. All right. All right. Okay. Fifth summer school? Guys, come on. We just did it this morning. How did you guys forget? Fifth summer school? Okay, yeah, that was that was almost correct. It is leading the future. You know, it took me an hour to make that, right? It took me an hour to make that. All right, it is now time for your favorite part of the day. It is now time for the next lecture. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's time for lunch. Yay. So you guys may take your lunch boxes outside that have been prepared by the organizing committee. We ask you to please not eat in the room because it is a rule by the building that no food and drinks must be allowed in the room, with a few exceptions. So please eat your food outside of the room in the spots that have been prepared by the organizing committee. All right, guys? Okay. Enjoy your lunch, and if you would like to pray, you can pray on the praying room on the 4th floor. You can ask your LO to take you there, or you can ask any of the organizing committee. Enjoy your lunch and see you soon. Goodbye. Don't forget to be back by 1 p.m. Okay, guys? 1 p.m. 1 p.m.
I close my eyes and I can see a world is ringing out for me that I call my own. Through the dark, through the torn, through where no one's been before, but
we don't want your broken parts.
I learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one loved you as you are.
But won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I'll make no apologies. This is me. Another round of bullets in my skin, and we'll find a way. Today, I won't let the shadows stay. We are bursting through the barricades and reaching for the sun. We are warriors, and that's what we become. Won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we're glorious. When the stars apart wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. This is me. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. This is me. This is me.
for the world we're gonna make. There's a house we can build, every room inside is filled with people far away. Special things I combine with each wonder to make you smile on a rainy day. They can say it's all sounds crazy. They can say we've lost our mind. I don't care if they call us crazy. Run away with the world and we soar. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest color fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. However big, however small, let me be part of it all. Share your dreams with me. You may be right, you may be wrong, but see that you bring me along. To the world you see, to the world I close my eyes to see. I close my
I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I'll make no apologies. This is me. Another round of bullets in my skin. We'll find a way. Today I won't let the ship sink. We are bursting through the barricades and reaching for the sun. We are warriors, and that's what we become. Won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us. For we're not lost. When the shadows apart wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I'll make no apologies. This is me. This is me. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I'll make no apologies. This is me. This is me. This is me.
of me. However big, however small, let me be part of it all. Share the truth with me. You may be right, you may be wrong, but see that you bring me along. To the world you see, to the world I close my eyes to see. I go
say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts.
I learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one loved you as you are. But won't let them break me down to this. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious.
When the sharpest words wanna cut me down,
I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I'll make no apologies. This is me.
another round of bullets in my skin. We'll find a way. Today I won't let the shame sink in.
We are bursting through the barricades and reaching for the sun. We are warriors, and that's what we become. Won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we're glorious. When the sharpest part wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. This is me. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. This is me.
say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts.
I learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one loved you as you are.
But won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I'll make no apologies. This is me. Another round of bullets in my skin, and we'll find a way. Today, I won't let the shadows stay. We are bursting through the barricades and reaching for the sun. We are warriors, and that's what we become. Won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we're glorious. When the stars apart wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. This is me. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. This is
I close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me that I call my own. Through the dark, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say those songs crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy.
down. I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I'll make no apologies. This is me. Another round of bullets in my skin, will find a way. Today I won't let the shreds in. We are bursting through the barricades and reaching for the sun. We are warriors, and that's what we become. Won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us. For when the stars apart, wanna cut me down. I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. This is me. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. This is
Through the dark, through where no one's been before, but it feels like they can say those songs crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy. We can live in the world that we decide. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are gifting me away. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. There's a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with dreams from far away. Special things I combine with each wonder to make you smile on a rainy day. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say we've lost our mind. I don't care if they call us crazy. Run away with the world that we desire. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are giving me away. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. However big, however small, let me be part of it all. Share your dreams with me. You may be right, you may be wrong, but say that you bring me along to the world you see, to the world I close my eyes to see. I close my eyes to see. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me away. A million dreams. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. For the world we're gonna make.
Check. Dear participants, the next lecture will soon be beginning. We ask you to please kindly contact your friends to remind them to return back to the main room.
I'm not a
Thank you.
stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. I'm learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one loved you as you are. But won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the strongest words wanna cut me down. I'm gonna set a foot, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat of drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I'll make no apologies. This is me. Another round of bullets in my skin. Well, far away. Today, I won't let the shame stay. We are bursting through the barricades and reaching for the sun. We are warriors, and that's what we become. Won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us. For you know the us. When the shots apart wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand apart, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. This is me. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna set a foot, gonna drown them out. This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat of drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no
Once again, we would like to remind all participants that the next lecture will soon be beginning. We would like to ask you for your help to help contact your friends so that they can return to the main room. Thank you.
This is me. This is me.
Through the dark, through the torn, through where no one's been before, but it feels like they can say our songs crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy. We can live in a world that we decide. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are giving me away. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. There's a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with these
Okay, good afternoon and welcome back all of our respected instructors and also to our remarkable participants. I hope that you've had a very nice lunch. That lunchbox meal that I had was the same as you guys had and it was delicious. In fact, it filled up my stomach. I had to change costumes. Now, before we begin the next lecture, I would like to invite all of our respected speakers and instructors to please come up and take a group photo session before, well, actually everyone here is still here. So for all of our instructors, please come to the front and take a quick group picture before we start today's lecture. Yes, look at the camera. 1, 2, 3, and smile. Let us remember this memory as also this is the first photo that is only in the instructors in the photo because the other photos we've taken are with the participants and also with our guests. Yes, Prof. And also Prof. Rikun, say please come join with the photo. Right, 1, 2, and 3. Smile and look at the camera. The middle one. Well, they're all in the middle. Okay, Uner hebat. All right, thank you so much to our instructors for taking the time to take a quick group photo session with the other instructors. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be proceeding with the first lecture series of the 5th Summer School, where the first lecture will be given by Associate Professor Dr. Altaf and will be moderated by our moderator, Miss Sharon Gracia, who I am sure that you've seen her in making a lot of debuts in the music videos that you've seen in the screens. So yes, she is actually quite famous and she has a beautiful voice. So go hard on her with all the questions that you have. All right, guys? Okay. To Miss Sharon, the time and place is now yours.
All right. Greetings and welcome, everybody. How are you today? Okay. Are you guys feel a bit sleepy after eating so much? So it's okay. So we're gonna go to our first day and first lecture of fifth summer school. So may I introduce myself again? I'm Shannon Gracia Amanda, and I'll be the moderator in this first lecture session. So first things first, I would like to say thank you so much for our spectacular speaker for today's lecture, Dr. Altaf Marsuf. Thank you so much for being the lecturer for this first lecture of summer school. And I would like to say thank you all for the all participants who joined in this class by offline or online. So for this lecture, we are going to discuss about innovation, the patent system, and sustainability. So before we start our lecture, I would like to read briefly about Dr. Aldaf curriculum's vitae. So Dr. Aldaf Marsuf, curriculum vitae, please. Okay. All right. While we're waiting, so I would like to read briefly about it. So Dr. Alda Marsuf is an associate professor, Division of Business Law, College of Business, Nanyang Business School, and he's the deputy head, Division of Business Law, College of Business, Nanyang Business School, and he's a fellow NTU Renaissance Engineer Program. And also he attended Doctor of Philosophy in Law, Dixon Poon School of Law in King's College, London United Kingdom. And then he have numerous amounts of academics, honors, and awards. The latest one is full scholarship, WIPO WTO Colloquium for Teachers of Intellectual Property, Geneva. So, okay, without further ado, let's start our lecture. So to Mr. Olaf, the stage is yours.
Can I use this? Oh, I can. One, check two. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. It's my absolute privilege to be part of this summer program, and I wish to thank Sharon for that kind introduction, and also to everyone who's part of this organizing committee for putting together a wonderful program, and also for inviting me to make a contribution to this useful endeavor. I must say that this is my first time in Surabaya, and I've been to Jakarta a couple of times, and I was struck by the greenery of Surabaya and the cleanliness of Surabaya. And also my good friend and colleague, Professor Anna Penteado, happened to go for a stroll on Saturday or Sunday, and she was at an aerobic session. So everyone is very health conscious. And I think the mayor is doing a wonderful job in terms of running this city. And for that reason, I feel that this is an exceptional place to have a summer school that is dedicated to talking about sustainability, right? And sustainable development. And I also am quite, fascinated by the fact that we have got so many of you here, both physically as well as virtually. So hi to everyone on Zoom as well. And you represent so many different countries, and you come from so many different domains of expertise. And that is something that is fascinating to me. It's like a mini United Nations almost. So before I move on to my talk for the day, I thought of reminding ourselves of the theme of this summer school, which I think
was dealt with extensively by the Vice Rector as well as the two keynote speakers who spoke before me. And I just want to pick on the keywords of the theme. The first thing that struck me was the fact that their focus is on multidisciplinary approaches or collaborations. And I think that this is something that I would love to subscribe to, because when you consider the kind of challenges and problems that humanity is facing in today's context, I think that we really need to come together in order to resolve these problems. We cannot do things in our own silos. We need to come together and collaborate. And this, of course, you being here today is in itself an achievement in that sense, because we have come together. But as one of the keynote speakers said, we need to scale this up. We need to take it to policymaking. We need to take it to scientific research. We need to take it to legislating, decision-making in the public sector, private sector, and so on. So I really think that multidisciplinarity is key. And the second point is about innovation. So one of the things that I want to sort of impress upon is that we really need to start thinking about the future very seriously, and also start thinking about how we can survive given the kind of challenges that we are facing. And in that context, innovation is something that we cannot neglect. So I really subscribed to both these ideas. And it is within this broader context that I thought of presenting on innovation and the system of law that supports innovation, namely the patent system, and its role in relation to sustainability. And my choice of sustainability is conscious. I know that the theme talks about sustainable development, which is a concept that came into fruition in the early 90s when we had the climate summit, the Earth Summit. And you find the concept of sustainable development in the Rio Declaration, Agenda 21, and so on. But I think we need to think broader, and as a concept, sustainability gives that space and breadth. So that's why I chose sustainability for my talk. So before I move on, I just want to sort of raise a question for you. Okay? Why do we talk about sustainability? Why is it such an important thing? I want to hear from you. All right? This is not going to be a monologue. I want to hear from you. And you have no excuse, because the two keynotes, the Vice Rector, and all the introductory welcome remarks refer to various things. So I'm sure you've got enough literature there for you to comment on this, right? So you guys are here because you applied for this program and you know that it is about sustainability. Why are you here? Why do you think sustainability is something that is important? Why are we talking about it today more than ever before? All right. So yes, can I just have some thoughts from you? Yes. Yeah, please. Yeah, from right at the back. Please use a microphone so that the guys in Zoom can hear you. Yeah,
Hello.
please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. I am Hafiz Muhammad Umair from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. So I would like to talk about sustainability, like the keynote speaker has raised the question. So since the world has been made in this universe for the billions of the years, and everything is interconnected and interrelated with each other, so we are depending upon the environment, the land, the air, like everything that has been present in this universe is going to affect directly upon our health, upon our work, upon our families, our social relations and social, like everything is interconnected with each other. So if anything, like it's like a chain, like everyone knows about the food chain. If something that has been skipped from the food chain, so the next procedure, the next thing will be lack of something that is not helping him to grow out. So in the same way, if the sustainability, everything that is interconnected to with each other, and if something is missing, like A, B, C, and if B is missing, then C is not going to be perfect in the as in the presence of the P. So, like the sustainability, mostly according to the Sustainable Development Goals, which have basically working upon making a prominent and a good community and society which is interconnected and helping with each other. So in this way, if we do not talk about it and we do not take it seriously, in the next generations, in the next time, we are going to have a great loss, even in the case of environment and even the social values, moral values. And that is not just related to one person or some individual or something, but it is interconnected with everything, even it is living or non-living. So thank you for it. This was from my side.
Thank you very much. I really like that contribution and comment from you. It reminds me of a statement of Chief Seattle, who said that, everything is a web, and something that we do to one part of the web is going to impact everything else on that web. So I think that's a very succinct summary of what you said, in a sense. Yes, we'll just have one more reflection and then we can move on. I just want to have, just a few thoughts from you, from the audience. Yes? Yeah, one more hand from one more participant on this side.
Thank you. My name is Muhammad Selu Diallo. I am from Guinea. I study at Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang in mass management. My research also focused on about sustainability, how leadership can impact sustainability to create efficiency, especially in SMA in emerging market. So I will not be long. Why sustainability is important for me is about how we can use today's resources to ensure the needs of today, and also without also preventing the future long-term success as well. So because we have to protect the environment, but we also have to satisfy today's need to make sure that tomorrow we have a future that can have an impact in all sectors as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And in fact, I think that's the definition, that's the very definition of sustainable development, right? I think when you consider these thoughts, I know all of you have your own individual thoughts on this, but why are we talking about sustainability? We can broadly categorize it into a few things. Firstly, so I believe that we have several problems that we are facing, and we can classify them as environmental problems, right? We live in an ecosystem. The environment, although you might think that it can take in things infinitely, it's very much a finite system. It has a threshold, and the moment it is reached, it's going to break down. So much of the problems that we're facing in terms of climate change, pollution, we can classify it as environmental problems, right? And I think one of the reflections also spoke about social problems, right? And in fact, this is very broad. Social problems can arise from so many different things, including wars, inequity in terms of access to education, medicines, right? So these are social problems. And in my thinking, so this is my reflection, please challenge me if you want to. I'm very open to being challenged. I believe that the key contributor to these problems is human behavior. Would you agree? It's human behavior. It's how we behave. Because we cause anthropogenic emissions and we impact the environment. We cause inequity because of our own policies and conduct. Historical records would testify to that. And we cause social problems, right? So human behavior is key, in my view, in terms of cause and effect. The other point is natural phenomena. So I think just recently there was a volcanic eruption in Indonesia, am I right? In one of the islands, and that caused some disruption in flights into Bali and so on, right? And this is beyond our control. There's nothing much we can do about this. But if you think about it, some of these natural phenomena are caused by us in a sense because everything is connected. When we do things to the environment, the scale as well as the frequency of these natural phenomena like storms and all that increases, right? But some of these things we cannot control. But still, we can do things to regulate our behavior and do things to address these, like to mitigate the impact of these, like disaster prediction mechanisms and early warning systems and so on. So technology can play a huge role in terms of addressing these issues. But I think the point I want to start off with is that we need to move towards sustainable outcomes. That's the goal, right? I think, in fact, you are enjoined altogether to come up with a solution to at least one of the SDGs in the UN SDGs. So you need to come up with a solution, move towards a sustainable outcome. But how do we do this? We need to have drivers, okay? And I use a magnet because it's about moving our behavior from being unsustainable towards sustainable outcomes, okay? So it's a magnet, I call them drivers. So I just want to have a quick reflection from you, okay? So drivers of sustainability are things that we can do to push us towards sustainable outcomes, right? To alter our behavior, to alter the behavior of businesses and corporations, okay? So I want to have a quick response from you as to what you think are these drivers. I just want a keyword, a word or two from you. So please scan the QR code, take your phones out, scan the QR code. If you want, I can enlarge it. Let me see if I can enlarge. Okay, there we go. Is it working? Works? All right. So it seems to be working. So just write down the first thing that you think, right? What can push us towards sustainable outcomes, right? Okay, so we'll give it a minute, right? So I know there are about 100 of you or 100 plus. So let's see what you say. All right. It's kind of becoming very small, so even I can't see it on my screen. I didn't know it would do this. But I can see awareness coming out very strongly, right? And do you agree that that is what we are trying to do here, in a way? So I think that education and, of course, educational institutions, through programs like this, are precisely doing that, creating awareness about how we could address issues that are impacting us as humans, right? So I think that's a good starting point. But I can see a few other things. Human behavior. Right, let's talk about human behavior. How can we control human behavior? Because we all have our independent thoughts, don't we? We would do things based on our own thinking process. And we would do things which we think are morally right. Who is there to tell us what to do? Right? But can we behave like that in society? What tells you what is conduct that is acceptable? Right? We don't live in a society where we can do anything that we fancy, right? Okay, so I think I agree. Human behavior is a driving factor in the sense that we need to come up with a mechanism to alter our human behavior. That's what we need to do, right? I can see technology. Yes, I completely agree. Technology is something that we really need in terms of moving towards sustainable outcomes. Okay, so thank you for your interaction. Okay. Okay, let me just move on to the next slide. Right. So I think you might agree that one of the best ways to regulate human behavior is law and regulation, right? Why is this? It's because law can engineer society. It's a good tool for social engineering. Okay, but my thesis is that law in itself is not sufficient. It is limiting. Let's take an example. Okay, so this is a very simple example. There's a factory. It's producing goods that are useful for humans. So we need these goods. But at the same time, judging by the amount of smoke, you can see that it is emitting hazardous gases, hazardous substances. And this is bad for the environment. It's also causing social issues among the people around the factory. Okay, so there are negative externalities. So we don't want this behavior. We want to alter the behavior. How do we do this? Well, we might enact a law which tells that all factories in a specific sector must limit its hazardous emissions to a certain point. And we can call that the emission cap. Okay, so you can't emit beyond a certain amount that is permissible. If you do emit beyond that, the law is going to come down on you and you might be liable for an offense. You might be charged in court and might have to pay a hefty fine, or you might have to spend time in prison. So given the gravity of the consequence, the owner of the factory might say, oh, well, I really need to cut down on my emissions and I will bring my emissions down. Now, if you were the factory manager, what would you do to bring down your emissions? What would you do? Yeah? Any thoughts? Just raise your hand and just shout it out loud. I will repeat it. Yes. Can I have, yeah, just behind you? Yeah. Yep. Innovation. Brilliant. Okay, that's the word I want. Okay, you really do need to innovate. Okay, of course, the alternative is there, right? You can bring down your production or you can close down your factory. But these products or these goods are needed for society, so we don't want that to happen. So the law wouldn't want the factory to close down. And that's why a certain amount of emissions is permitted. And maybe over time, they would reduce the cap over time so that you give the factory some space to innovate, okay? And then if you're successful, you bring down your emissions and all good. There is also another possibility of taxation. You might say, okay, we don't want to prohibit you from emitting, but if you do emit beyond the cap, we will tax you. And of course, then the factory might say, okay, we will pay the tax, and where does that cost go? Who will be paying for that ultimately? The consumers, all right? Of course, in an idealistic world, the company might reduce their margin of profit, but we're not in that world, okay? So you might have this outcome of a factory then reducing their emissions, and then if they do that, they get a comparative advantage as opposed to the factory that is in fact emitting beyond the cap, because they need to factor in the cost of tax, okay? So innovation will be an interesting prospect for these companies or factories. It's also possible for the factory to bring down its emissions completely, for which the law might set up a platform to give this factory some kind of credits. You know, like, I have done so well, you're going to be given some brownie points, and these brownie points are tradable. You can sell them to factories that are less innovative. So the factory in the middle, if it goes beyond the emission cap, can buy these brownie points or can buy these credits from the factory that has in fact innovated and reduced its emissions. So this essentially creates what we call the emissions trading market, right? The carbon market is a good example of this. So I think the point is, in many ways, the law can tell us what to do or what not to do. Do you agree? The law tells us what to do or what not to do. But it doesn't really talk about how. It doesn't tell us how to achieve outcomes. Some laws may do, but most laws don't really do this. And that is where, in my reflection, innovation comes into play. So innovation is crucial in order for us to reach sustainable outcomes. It's not just the law. The law in itself is, in my view, insufficient. Okay? And of course, there is also a branch of law, which we call intellectual property law, IP law, which is an interface. So in the coming days, you're going to hear lots about IP. You're going to hear about IP commercialization, right? Dr. Uwais is going to talk about IP commercialization. David is going to talk about AI and IP, right? Whether they are a good marriage or not. Okay, so there's going to be a lot of discussions of IP, but what I'm going to talk about is how IP can contribute towards sustainable goals, right? So in order to give you some context, I'm sure most of you probably know what IP is already, but in case there are some who don't, I will very quickly take you through what IP is. So IP is essentially your creations of the mind. That's how the World Intellectual Property Organization, which is the organization that handles IP, defines it. So it can be your inventions. So if you're working in a research lab, looking for a new, vaccine or a drug, the outcome of that research would lead to an invention. And that's an IP. That's property. If you're an author and you're producing poems and fictional novels or films, right? That's IP, that's copyright. Or if you're a big company, you might sell products using your brand, your logo, your name, or your whatever, designs, right? These things can be protected as trademarks. So there are different kinds of IP. And the point to note is that IP is intangible. You can't touch them, right? but often they are embedded in the product. So, I mean, if you take a phone, if you take my phone, this has thousands of IP in it. Okay, it's got patents, it's got trademarks, it's got copyright. Okay, but this is my phone. I paid for it, correct? I paid for this phone. But even though I paid for this phone, it doesn't mean that I can do everything with it. All right, for example, if you buy a book, if you buy a textbook, you can sell your textbook, you can lend it, you can destroy it after your exams, but you can't go to a photocopying machine and photocopy the entire book and sell it. You can't do that. But it's still your book. And you might think, why can't I do that? And that's because of the IP, all right? So you need to understand that IP is separate from the body or the item that embodies the IP, okay? So these are things that you probably will learn in some detail as you go along the summer school. And as I've already alluded to, there are different kinds of IP. Primarily, for the purposes of today's talk, we'll be focusing mainly on patents. Patents protect inventions, right? But I just want to very quickly talk about trade secrets a little bit. And this is interesting for me. I don't know whether Anna would sort of know this, but she's from Brazil, right? So Anna is from Brazil. And I was reading, and I found that in Brazil, they brought a law to allow for the compulsory licensing of pharmaceutical products, okay, drugs, which are essential for human, well, for medicine, for public health. And the reason for this is because drugs are expensive, right? I mean, pharmaceutical products are expensive, and people in the developing countries are not able to afford this, especially cancer drugs, right? So what some governments like in Brazil do is that they would allow a private entity to produce these drugs in mass number, right? And this is possible because the drugs are patented, right? The drugs are patented. And technically, when you have a patent, no one else can produce these drugs. But the government in this example allows a private entity, which is not the patent owner, to produce these drugs. But you might think that it is easy to produce these drugs. And in fact, it is not. Because whatever that is disclosed in the patent application, right? Because to get a patent, you need to disclose your invention to your IP office, okay? But when you disclose your things to the IP office, your specifications, your claims, right? Often what you might find is that not all your secrets or not all aspects of your invention are actually disclosed. And what happened in the Brazilian example was that even with a compulsory license, right? The private third-party entity could not produce these drugs because they lacked the know-how. Much of the information that goes into the development of the drug are not disclosed in the publicly available patent application. So they are keeping it, well, confidential. So trade secrets or confidential information is another form of IP. And in my view, this is not good for sustainability because when you keep things secret, you're essentially depriving anyone else from knowing about it. And of course, if the invention dies a natural death, no one will benefit from it at the end of the day, right? So until the invention is exploited, it is going to be beneficial, but because it's secret, society will lose. So in my view, patents are better for sustainability in that sense, okay? But of course, patents in itself, there are a lot of problems with regard to the patent system, but I would say that patents are still better than trade secrets for sustainability from a sustainability point of view. Okay. Right. So let's move on into some detail about what a patent is. A patent is essentially a government-granted monopoly, which gives the inventor a right to exploit the invention for a period of 20 years, generally, right? So you get a 20-year monopoly to exploit your invention. So that's the incentive, right? So if you're the inventor, why would you invent? Well, you want to reap benefits. You want to make a profit by selling your product. So how can you ensure that you have a good demand for your product? Well, in a way, you need to make sure that no one else produces the same product, right? So the patent is the tool that you use to prevent others from exploiting your invention without your consent. So that's the role of a patent, okay? Right, so moving on further, right? Okay, so I'm just going to very quickly play this video. How is IP connected with sustainability? I just want to play this video of the WIPO Director General who said this, who said that IP is important for sustainable development when we celebrated IP Day last year in 2024. The theme of IP Day last year was sustainability. All right, so let's have a quick listen, and then I want to provoke some thought from you. Okay, so I hope that this is audible to everyone.
In 2015, the world came together with a historic promise to build a better and fairer future. The result was the UN Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, a global pledge to tackle hunger, alleviate poverty, cut emissions, improve health, promote equality and support sustainable development everywhere. But SDG progress has stalled with only 15% of the goals on track. This needs to change. Throughout history, when faced with challenges, it has been human ingenuity, ideas and innovation that has allowed us to overcome and succeed. So to put the SDGs back on track, we need to harness intellectual property as a catalyst to unleash the power of innovation and creativity to address our common global challenges. From electric vehicles to life-saving drugs, clean and green tech, AI and digital technologies, and many others, IP can be the vehicle to turn bold new ideas into real-world impact. So on this World IP Day, let us come together as a global community and use the power of IP to achieve the SDGs to build a better future for all of us.
Right. So essentially, the Director General of WIPO is making a case for the use of IP to promote sustainable development and achieve the UN SDGs, right? But I just want to provoke some thought from you. Why are we here today talking about sustainability? And I think the answer to that is primarily the environmental problems, right? Now, can I ask you this? What is, in your view, the primary contributor towards environmental problems? I mean, we said human behavior, but what exact behavior? What did we do? Pardon? Yes? Sorry, I can hear you. Okay. Okay. Anything else? Pardon? Corruption? Okay. Pollution? Okay. What causes pollution? Or what kind of behavior causes pollution? Overconsumption, all of that, right? Production, okay. So I think if you look at our history, we have started this whole culture of producing things sometimes beyond what we need. And of course, this all began during the industrialization phase of the human race, right? Of human civilization. Now, if you look at the history of patent law, right? It actually begins in the 1400s with the Venetian Statute. And then, of course, the British enacted a law called the Statute of Monopolies, which gave exclusive rights to inventors in the 1600s. So these were the early formulations of patent law, protecting innovation. But these were much before industrialization, right? So in a sense, I would say that, or rather not me, but can we say that the patent system and IP has in some way contributed towards industrialization, which then has contributed towards our current environmental problems, including climate change. And this, of course, came predominantly from the global north, right? The industrialized nations. And in fact, I think this is accepted in international law through the principle of common but differential treatment, or CBDR, differential responsibility, where developed nations acknowledge that during industrialization and post-industrialization, that they have contributed towards the environmental problems we are facing today, and that they have a bigger role to play in terms of addressing these and helping developing countries to mitigate the impact of climate change and environmental problems. Okay? But I think the point I want to ask you here is that, or reflect upon, is that here we are having a situation where we are being asked to use IP to try and achieve our SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, when in fact IP could have been the reason to accelerate our human progress in a way, rightly or wrongly, which has led to the environmental impacts that we are facing today. So it's kind of ironic in that sense. But you might think so, well, I thought so, but upon further reflection, I feel that it is not all that precise. And the reason for that is because the IP system, or in particular the patent system, is actually technology neutral. Right? Do you know what that means? It means that the patent system does not discriminate. Whether you produce something which is extremely harmful to the environment, so long as it's an invention which is new, capable of some use, and involves an inventive concept, the law must protect that invention. So in a sense, patents are technology neutral, right? So rightly or wrongly, humans have progressed because of our own actions and discoveries towards an economy that is fueled by what? Fossil fuels. And in that context, we have essentially gone in that direction, okay? But now we are realizing the impact of what we have done, because back then we did not have all this data that tells us how bad our activities are. Now with this new data that we have, which we have had for many, many years, we have begun to think about sustainability more seriously, and now we are being asked to use the IP system to actually promote sustainable outcomes. And I think that's a fair thing, right? Now, how do we actually do this? And it is in this context that I want to move towards a discussion of green technologies, okay? So green technologies are essentially technologies that are, well, here's how green technologies are defined. Take a look at that definition. This is by the way, just before you read it, to give you some context, this definition of green technologies came out in 1990 in Agenda 21, which was a document that came out during the climate summit, okay? And it is still adopted by the World Intellectual Property Organization as the current running definition for green technologies. I just want that to sink in a little bit, okay? So green technologies are technologies that protect the environment. Fine, fair. Are less polluting, relative, right? Less polluting. Use all resources in a more sustainable manner, recycles more of their wastes and products, and handles residual waste in a more acceptable manner than technologies for which they were substitutes. Okay? In first blush, this seems like a definition that we can go with. But let me ask you, if you look at the spectrum of fuels, right? Coal and all that is probably the worst for the environment, if I'm not wrong, right? And then you have petrol, diesel, and of course you have the more cleaner versions of these fuels. And then you have LNG, which is probably the cleanest of them all, right? So if someone can produce, or if someone can invent a version of coal or a version of fossil fuel which is less harmful to the environment, okay, can we call that a green technology? Right? Probably not. So, I mean, there are some problems with the definition, I think, because firstly, it was crafted in 1990, and now we are, well, decades away from that. And when you think of the current problems, we are not facing the same problems we faced in the 1990s. So I seriously think that we need to update this definition. And of course, how to update it is a different debate altogether. But this definition needs to be made more current. But be that as it may, there is a definition for green technologies. And I just want to show you a few things about the trends in green technologies. So if you look at some of the data that is available, right? According to reports, we have sufficient technologies to halve our greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. So that's a good thing. It's a positive news. And 80% of this tech is already in the market. So that's also good news, right? And there are many more technologies that are emerging. So all this is good news, right? But if we are to achieve net zero, okay, by 2050, the rate of green innovation is insufficient. We need to be doing much more. Okay, so that's the first policy point, I suppose. And then, if you look at it, according to the data, 76% of all this green innovation comes from the developed world, excluding China, of course, right? So China is the only exception to this norm, but all other green technologies come from the developed countries. Okay, and just 10 countries, by the way. Whereas the rate of adoption of green tech in developing nations is extremely low. Okay, and I think that that's a huge problem. And the reason for that is because if you look at our environmental problems like climate change and so on, right? Who is the most impacted, if you ask me? Who is the most impacted? Generally, when you look at it, it is people who live in the developing world or the least developed world. Okay? But at the same time, they are the slowest to adopt climate mitigation and adaptation technologies. So there is a bit of a conundrum here, right? The biggest problem is in the developing world, but they are slow to adopt these technologies. Why is that? I have a video to play, but since we are actually, I need to stop by 3, right? I have so much to say, but I need to regulate time. But these are available on YouTube, so you can take a look at them at your leisure, right? So there is a video which actually tells us about the challenges that developing countries are facing. Right. So moving on, I just wanted to highlight the current situation and the trends, but why do you think patents are useful for us? Okay. So as I said, you can get a patent by disclosing your invention to your intellectual property office. Okay, that's your first step. And when you disclose your invention to the IP office, what you're doing is that you're essentially making your invention public. Okay? And in response to this, the state gives you that monopoly. So what's the return? The return is that you get a monopoly to exploit your invention for a prescribed period of time. Okay? So you can use this to recoup your research and development costs, right? And of course, make a profit. So that's a benefit of the patent system. It also can offer certainty, right? If you're a company or if you're a person who is trying to adopt climate technologies, and you have certain technologies in mind, when you look at the patent, you know who exactly the inventor is, and you can reach out to them to make contractual arrangements. Like you can get a license, you can negotiate with them and say that I need this technology for this project in my country, and please permit me to use this technology for the project. And then you can negotiate and agree to terms and conditions. So patents give visibility, right? They give visibility. We know who the inventor is, all right? So you go to them, you get the authorization, and you exploit the invention for your project. So essentially you can avoid disputes. You're not going to have a situation where you have dumped millions of your domestic currency into a project to suddenly find that you're going to be sued by some patent owner saying that you have incorporated a technology into this project without our permission. Even if your goals are noble to promote sustainable outcomes and so on, the patent owner might not be that idealistic. They might still sue you. So it's good to check who owns the patents for different technologies that you're adopting, even for sustainability-related projects, okay? The patent system also can do something positive, right? So if you're a research organization and you come up with this new technology which is needed for sustainable projects, maybe an environmentally friendly way of doing things, right? The research organization can get a patent for it. And then what might they do? They might say, okay, we've got the patent, and we are going to allow this technology to be freely adopted by anyone free of charge. Okay? They can do that, and that would prevent others from claiming the same invention and creating a monopoly. So you can use the patent system as a form of offense to ensure that, you know, you allow people to use the technology without being obstructed. So that's a way of using patents if you wish. And then it can also attract investment. What's the point of having a big idea if you don't have the money to implement the idea, right? You need to have money to commercialize your invention. So often, how do you convince investors? Can you just go to them and say, hey, I have got this idea. It's going to have great demand, right? Please fund me. As opposed to you go and tell the investor, hey, I have got this patent for this sustainable technology, and this is going to have significant demand in the developing countries. And this would be a great opportunity to make some profit while at the same time helping people, right? So I think having a patent could be an asset to attract funding as well. Okay? So, right. How do we incentivize green innovation? I think this is the biggest point I want to make in this presentation, truly, right? It's great that we have the patent system. It's great that we have IP law and all that. But how do we really incentivize people to innovate in the sustainability space? How do we do this? Right? So just ask yourself, if you are the CEO of a company, or maybe you're the research, R&D head of a company, how would you make decisions about what the company would be, innovating in? what would be your thinking process? What would be your thinking process? If you're a corporate entity, by the way. Okay. What is your primary consideration? Anyone? So the question is, if you're a company that is engaging in innovation, what would be your primary consideration in terms of deciding in what to innovate? Right, but why demand? What is the thinking behind that? Why do you want demand? Because you want to sell the product. You want to sell the product that contains your IP, right? So you essentially are thinking of demand, right? Now, just talking about demand, there are many diseases around the world, I'm sure. I'm not an expert on that, but I know from my research that there are instances where pharmaceutical companies have decided not to invest in innovating and looking for drugs and medicines for certain kinds of diseases which are impacting certain populations within certain countries, simply because the demand for that drug is somewhat limited because not many people suffer from that disease. So you can't really sell millions of your drug and make money out of it, right? As opposed to something like cancer, which is much more interesting to engage in research in because you know for a fact that many people suffer from the disease and there is a great deal of profit involved. So the primary driving factor, whether you like it or not, is profit. And how do you think of profit is based on demand. Okay? So if you're a policymaker, right? Put yourself in the shoes of a policymaker. How can you make use of this to try and incentivize more companies to engage in green innovation, right? One option perhaps is to engage in some kind of positive technological decisions, right? So the government might say, okay, we want to promote, let's say, electric vehicles in our country, because this is better for the environment. We want to promote this. And what might they do? We will give funding for research in EV technologies. We will give you all the infrastructure you need to implement your innovation, right? If you're a buyer of an EV vehicle, we will give you subsidies. We will exempt you from taxes, and we will create that demand for you. Okay? So that's one option. Okay, so the government might say, we want to create the demand for EV, and naturally, or not necessarily naturally, but presumably, companies in that space might do more in terms of innovating in the EV sector, right? But I think that's not the best approach because not all governments have the capability to make good decisions all the time. You might have instances where governments make the wrong decision and things are worse off than what they were. Okay? So instead, perhaps it might be worth looking at it in the opposite side. So instead of saying we will promote a kind of sustainable or green technology, we will instead say that we will prohibit, we will impose restrictions on brown technology. So let's call them brown technology, right? So the non-green technology. So we are going to impose restrictions, right? So this might be an option. The government might say, okay, we don't want to have fossil fuel vehicles in the country anymore. So we are going to ban fossil fuel vehicles or combustion engine vehicles in the country. So what would then happen? Well, there would be a natural tendency to move towards electric vehicles. Okay, so that might be another option. And in fact, I think countries like Singapore are progressing in this direction. I think, if I'm not wrong, by 2030, they're going to do away with all diesel vehicles or the registration of new diesel vehicles. And by 2040, they're going to do away with the registration of new internal combustion engine vehicles. So we might have a country which is completely either hybrid or purely electric. Okay, but that's where the government is sort of incentivizing in some way. Right. Now, assuming that you have the correct demand for the green technology, it is then that we need the patent system to protect the inventor. Okay, so once you have the demand and you know that there is going to be demand for your product, you engage in innovation and you come up with something new. And when you do this, you now need the patent system to create the monopoly for you, because you want to be the exclusive person to market your patented product. So this is where really the patent system comes into play. Okay, so we need to have strong patent protection for that, in a sense of ensuring that when you have the invention, it is sufficiently protected. Okay, and then you might do things like, actually, you might ask a question. Can you do the opposite? Can you say, as a government, we will not give patents in respect of technologies that are unsustainable or that are harmful to the environment or that causes social issues? I mean, if you think about it, this might be possible. In some countries, inventions in relation to nuclear weapons and things like that are prohibited, right? And the reason for that is because the exploitation of those inventions could be harmful to the environment and people. So you might use the law to say, okay, certain technologies are bad for the environment, and in view of that, we are not going to grant patents in respect of these technologies. But the question of whether that is going to be something that you can do under international law, because countries are bound by certain international obligations, for example, Article 27 of the TRIPS agreement, which is a key agreement for the protection of IP, is questionable, right? So there are limits to what governments can do. The governments might create fast-track processes for green technologies. Now, for example, in the case of Singapore, we have actually had scenarios where inventions in relation to financial technologies, invention in relation to AI technologies were granted very quickly. Okay, you can get a patent within 6 months if you qualify and come within those domains of technologies. So you might be able to do something similar for green technologies. You give them quick access to the patent system and allow them to commercialize their product and put their product into the market faster. So that would give them the incentive, right? And then, of course, you can reduce the fees to promote more green technologies. Okay, so you can do so many things. But at the same time, okay, I did say that patent protection is needed, but it's a double-edged sword, unfortunately. And the reason why I'm saying that is because when you give monopolies to an entity, whether you like it or not, there might be instance of abuse of power, abuse of your monopoly. And at times, your exercise of the monopoly to protect your invention can result in some people in certain countries not having access to that technology. And we don't want that, right? That's a bad thing. So we have certain mechanisms to deal with this. So for example, okay, patent law is not going to grant an unencumbered monopoly to inventors. That's not going to be the case. So there are exceptions to patent rights. So if you look at the laws of most countries, the patent provisions will create exceptions to patent rights. Okay, and this is necessary in order to prevent overprotection of patents. Okay, so there are many examples here, but I'll just give you one example or a couple of examples. The first I would like to talk about is compulsory licenses. This is something which is common that you might see in the pharmaceutical sector in particular, right? So, for example, if a country desires to implement a green technology and that country requires the technology and the patent owner is not willing to transfer the technology for a reasonable fee, there's going to be a problem, right? Because on the one hand, you need the technology. On the other hand, the patent owner is not willing to give you the technology for a reasonable fee. So what do? You need the technology. And you're not going to just wait. You're going to tell your government, please issue a compulsory license so that I can start creating the technology for my purposes and the green projects that I want to implement. Okay? So compulsory licenses can help in that sense, but there are always limitations to what a compulsory license can achieve, right? So if we have time for questions and answers, perhaps we can discuss that in further detail, right? Another point is enforcement restrictions. Okay, so if you're sued in court by the patent owner, okay, the judge sitting in the bench might say, okay, I know that you have got a valid patent claim, and I know that the defendant in this case is clearly infringing your patent rights by using this invention without your permission, but it is being used in the context of a sustainable project to ensure that the community or the country achieves its sustainable goals. And the judge might say, in this instance, I'm not going to grant an injunction. I'm not going to stop the defendant from exploiting this invention for that specific purpose. So the judge can, exercise his equitable discretion to say, I will not enforce the patent because it's being used for a project that will help society by reaching sustainable outcomes. Okay? And then the last thing is patent pools and standard essential patents. Okay? Okay. So even if you have the money, right? Even if you have the money to get all the permissions and the licenses from the patent owners to implement your project, it's not as easy as you think. Okay, so just to give you an example, you know about electric vehicles, right? You know that electric vehicles need to be charged, right? Okay, so take a look at this. Okay, if I can. All right, so if you can see this, I don't think you really need to see every single thing on the screen, but let me just tell you, this is the amount of patents. So all of these things are different patents, right? They are different patents. This is the amount of patents required for someone to implement a simple charging device, right? So you can see there are hundreds of patents that you need to navigate. And you can see the major companies, General Electric, LG, Siemens, right? So these are the major tech companies. So imagine having to go to all of these companies and getting individual permissions to use for your charging project. It's going to take forever, don't you think? So here's where standardization can really play a huge role. So we have standardization bodies like ISO, and you have in countries, you have their domestic version or equivalents of standardization bodies, right? So these bodies can play a huge role in terms of creating standards for certain technologies like charging ports and other kinds of green technologies. And what you do when you create a standard is that you say that, okay, this is a standard needed to implement this technology. And in order to implement this technology, these patents are needed. So we will get all of these patent owners to come together and to agree on reasonable terms on which these patents can be licensed in one go to an interested party. And they would come up with fair and reasonable terms of licensing, okay? And if you can achieve this, then it's a great deal because it is convenient, you can have easy access to the technologies, and you can have it at a reasonable price, okay? So standard essential patents are a good way of dealing with the issue of the sheer inconvenience of having to navigate thousands of patents and patent owners and getting permissions from them to implement your green projects. Okay, right. So I'll get back to my slides. Right. Okay, so I just have a very interesting, recent case study that all of us would find, some of us would consider it a nightmare, and it's the COVID-19 crisis, right? When I think about it, the climate crisis and the environmental crisis, all these are crises that humans are facing at the end of the day. Of course, the climate crisis is something that is going to that's going to continue indefinitely, I believe. It's not a crisis that's going to suddenly stop. But I guess the COVID crisis is something that humans endured. And currently we still have the infection, but we don't consider ourselves in a crisis anymore. And why is that? It's because of our ingenuity, right? We were able to come out of this. So to me, the COVID crisis is a good comparison to the climate crisis in a way. And there are lessons that we can learn from the COVID crisis that we can transplant into dealing with the climate crisis. So that's why I thought it's interesting to look at this crisis. Okay, so I don't really have to reiterate the global impact of this crisis. We all know about it. And there were also a lot of innovation that went surrounding this crisis. And this includes diagnostic tools, vaccines, medicines, and so on, right? So you can see the table. If you can see the numbers, there are hundreds of patents that involve vaccines and so on. Okay? Right. Now, this is a chart which is quite, I would say, telling, because it talks about the vaccines and the distribution of vaccines or the uptake of vaccines in different categories of countries. Okay? The blue line, the dark blue line, represents the high-income countries. So you can see that the high-income countries have had the highest rate of vaccines being given to their citizens. Okay? And upper middle income countries are very close, But if you look at the lower middle income countries, it's much lower in comparison, right? So in that sense, we have had innovation in relation to COVID vaccines, okay? But the way in which it was distributed and the access to this vaccine is quite disparate in the different classes of countries, depending on their income levels. Okay, so I think this is a graph that we really need to think about because, okay, we're talking about the climate crisis, but I defined, for the purpose of my talk, I defined my talk slightly broader by using the phrase sustainability, right? And to that end, I think that public health is a very important aspect of sustainability. Okay, so there was a clear disparity. And of course, what we can conclude from the graph is that the rate of vaccination in the developing and the least developed countries was very low compared to the more well-to-do countries. So in that sense, I think we can conclude that there was inequity in how these vaccines were distributed, okay? And because of this inequity, two countries, South Africa and India, came together before the World Trade Organization, and they called for a waiver of patent rights. They said, enough is enough. The vaccines are not coming to the countries where they truly need them. We want the WTO to waive the patents for these vaccines. And they brought this proposal. And it took them 3 years, I believe, to deliberate on this. By that time, many people had died. And somewhere in June 2022, after long deliberations, and with the support of the United States and some of the European countries, they actually agreed to a patent waiver. And the waiver was essentially very limited. It was in relation to COVID vaccines. And what the waiver permitted was that for the next 5 years, so I think the 5 years ends around 2026, the governments involved can actually implement compulsory licenses and authorize third parties to mass produce these vaccines for the benefit of the people in those countries, and even export them to countries where sometimes there is no manufacturing capacity. Unfortunately, right, not all countries can manufacture vaccines, right? So some countries like Brazil, India have the capacity. So the waiver permitted these countries to export their vaccines to the countries where the vaccines are needed. So I think this was a good outcome, but somewhat late. But it's still a positive outcome. Right. Again, I really have some interesting videos here. It's interesting because the one on the top, right? The one on the top represents a very anti-patent perspective, okay? So in the interest of time, I'm just going to paraphrase the person. I think he was in the UK from a research institute. Essentially what he was saying is that the patent system is completely to blame for this crisis, for the inequitable distribution of vaccines. Whereas the second interview, again, someone from the US, right? The third person, he was based in the US. He said that it's all bollocks. The patent system has nothing to do with the inequitable distribution of vaccines. Patents are not to blame. So now you have two perspectives. What would you adopt as the right proposition, right? I'll very quickly go through this. What this chart says is that it talks about the company's policies, that is the vaccine manufacturing company's policies in respect of how they were pricing the vaccines, okay? And it's not all that bad. So for example, if you talk about Pfizer, the BioNTech vaccine, they have a higher price for European countries, a higher price for the US, but for certain developing countries like Colombia, right, and so on, the prices are relatively lower, okay? And the same is for Moderna. And in fact, some of the companies adopted a no enforcement policy, meaning they said that if someone was violating our patent, we will not enforce our rights. Freely do whatever you want. So that was their policy. So this is based on a report that I read. So if this information is true, that means that these pharmaceutical companies did price the vaccines based on the needs of the countries, right? And therefore, we can't really argue that the patent system is exclusively to blame for the inequitable distribution of the vaccines. right? So my take is that, okay, I might need a little more time if you don't mind. If I might need a little more time, right? My take is that merely lifting patent rights is not sufficient to address our problem. So what I'm doing here is that I'm trying to relate the lessons that we can learn from the COVID crisis to think about the climate crisis, right? So my take is that the mere lifting of patent rights is insufficient. And why I say this is because the Technology and Logistics Director for the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, in 2023 had said that we need to waive patents for green technologies. Can you see the similarity? Right? So just like they waived the patent rights for the COVID vaccines, UNCTAD is calling for the waiver of patent rights for green technologies. So they're going in that direction. And in my view, I think that we need to be careful about adopting that position. Okay, I don't think that a complete waiver of patent rights is the right track, but we need to do much more than that. For example, let's say that you waive all patents for green technologies. I guarantee you, there will still be a slow adoption of green technologies in the developing world. And the answer to that, why is that? Someone said corruption. Well, I think corruption is a problem in some of the developing countries. It's something that we need to grapple with, unfortunately, right? And what is this? It's causing us issues in terms of robust policy making, right? We are going to have situations where even if the technology is available free of charge, the governments are not going to have the capacity to introduce these technologies effectively because they don't have the infrastructure, they don't have the capacity, nor do they have the political will, right? So we really need this infrastructure and the government's support. Then we need to improve the speed of technological development and the grant of regulatory approvals. Okay, especially in the pharmaceutical sector, regulatory review is a huge cause for delay in putting your pharmaceutical products into the market. We need to reduce these regulatory delays and make things more streamlined and efficient, right? And then, of course, you can't just do things. You can't just produce vaccines. You can't just produce green technologies. You need raw materials. And some of these raw materials in itself is a problem because they are quite scarce. And you might actually, in the guise of producing green technologies, exhaust some of the raw materials that we have. So that's another problem. I think Professor Penteado might say a few things about that, right? So we need to ensure that our raw materials needed for the production of these things are streamlined and easily acquirable. We need to have cooperation in terms of bringing people involved, the stakeholders together. And finally, we need to have a fair platform to address the availability of technologies so that these technologies can be accessed by the countries where they are truly needed at a reasonable price. And for that, things like standardization, fair and equitable licensing of these technologies where they are truly needed is absolutely essential. Okay, right. I did have a few things to say something on this whole thing called the right to repair, but I'm going to skip that because we are out of time. And yeah, I think I would love to take your questions and comments and engage in this dialogue further. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Altaf. Give a round of applause. Okay, so we're going to the discussion session. So if any of you have some question about this insightful material. So you can raise your hand and introduce yourself and give the question. So yes, okay. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for the very helpful and useful info and presentation. Second, my name is Muhammad Hamid Al-Namis from Yemen. I study in Jogja, UII University. So my question, as a student studying industrial engineering, and we produce many ideas producing something. So we want to apply this all info in reality. So I have an idea, it's patentable and usability, and at the same time, the idea of this presentation. So if we want to apply it in real life, I have the idea, but I'm really confused how to do it in real life. Should I do patent and I don't have the fees, or I'm not really now it's gonna be really helpful, or who's gonna support me? And the other thing is the other question. I used in internet, there is no same idea. Like it's Tumblr, but it has many features. I'm not gonna say the idea, but it has features because it's like a secret. I'm sorry. And I'm not really sure. I search in all webs in all countries. There is no same. And I want your idea or your suggestions. What should I do next? And how can I search? There is no similar. Thank you so much.
Okay. I think that is very much squarely on Dr. Uwais's domain, right? You can ask that question when he teaches, but let me try to, just to, I guess, say it out loud, it's not a sustainability related question in itself, but it's more of a commercialization question, right? But I think my point, first let me begin by saying that still I think it might be relevant from a sustainability point of view, because if you're an inventor and you have a brilliant idea and you have the idea of producing a product and making it available in the market, you want to make sure that your idea in itself is sustainable, that it doesn't fall apart the moment you put the product into the market, right? So I think in that sense, the need for IP and getting the right advice is crucial from the sustainability from the point of view of your own business, right? So I think the first question that you raised was more about whether you should get a patent or not. Well, I think it depends really about what your inventive idea is. If you don't have the money, then I think that's the end of the story, or you might think you can still try to get funding, but there are some challenges in this regard, I would think. First of all, patents work on the basis of disclosure and the fact that there is nothing out there which is comparable to your inventive idea is pointing in the direction that your invention is new. But if you do disclose the idea before you get a patent, then you're ruining the chances of getting a patent, because a self-disclosure in public is as good as any other disclosure, right? So in that sense, you really need to make a strategic decision here. If you are confident that no one can reverse engineer your product, then you can try your best to keep the inventive concept a secret and take the risk and putting your product into the market and hope that no one would meddle with the product and reverse engineer it and produce a competing product, right? You can do it without a patent. I mean, for example, something like a recipe. Okay, I mean, Coca-Cola's recipe is the best example, right? But you really need to make sure that your idea is confidential and it doesn't get leaked, okay? But otherwise, you'll need to find a way of getting a patent, and you wouldn't want to disclose the idea in any forum without a confidentiality agreement, right? So, I mean, that is my 2 cents to your question. What was your second point? Right. So, I mean, you have done your searches, but I would still advise that you should approach a patent attorney, right, to make sure that they can do a thorough search, because not everything is out there on Google. And when they do a patent examination, the patent officer might actually come across inventions which are similar, which are not accessible to you, and that might defeat your application, and you don't want to waste your time. All right, so yeah, I think that is what I wanted to say. Anna, do you have anything to add?
Trademarks attorney in Australia as well, part of the patent group. You got to go to a very good, if you want a patent, if you know that your idea has to do with a patent protection, go to an attorney. Because you see, like Professor Massouf was saying, we have searches. I used to work as well in the AP Australia. So what happens is that the searches that you do on Google are not the same searches that the patent office does. Because of course, there are applications that they are not available on Google. So don't ever go with your invention or your good idea without consulting a good patent attorney or an IP attorney in this case, but a patent attorney would be better because those are the specialists, the experts, and normally their background is in science, hard science. Okay, so that's the only comment that I would add. I mean, don't go without a patent attorney because it could be a little bit of a disaster. Thank you.
Hello, Professor Marsouf.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for such valuable comments and suggestions and ideas. Actually, my question is this: like, it's a really flourishing to know like this everything is applicable. But the problem is this: when it comes to the real life, as the question of the other participant was similar to like how we can urge the leaders of the world. So pardon me if I say the so-called leaders, so-called world leaders, how they will like accept these suggestions and how we can make them to amplify these suggestions in the underdeveloped or developing countries. Because the developed countries, they are going to look down upon the developing countries, and instead of like some of like when you asked about the thing like what is the main basic idea if you are the owner of some company, invention company, so the main thing behind them is the profit, getting profit instead of the demand and helping the society. So how we can urge them to implement these ideas and we can urge them to get these suggestions? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think that's a very pertinent question, I would say. To start, I would just say it's not going to be easy. But having said that, let's think outside of IP law for a bit, because we also have climate law and we have developments in international law, like the Paris Agreement. So just to give you some very quick context, the Paris Agreement on climate change has an article called Article 6, which talks about a lot of things, right? And one of the aspects of this is cooperation between developed and developing nations. Of course, it's something that has to be done in good faith. But even otherwise, the Article 6 is actually obligating countries in a way to meet their nationally disclosed contributions towards addressing climate change. And these NDCs are not just NDCs from only the developed countries, even developing countries need to come up with their NDCs and submit it to the Paris Agreement, the conference of the countries involved in the Paris Agreement. So it's not a commitment that would impose, if you violate it, it would result in sanctions and things like that. But it would look bad in the international fora. So from a diplomatic point of view, from a reputation point of view, countries would want to meet their NDCs. So on the one hand, we are seeing international law somehow compelling governments in developing countries in particular to take steps towards becoming greener and becoming more sustainable. But of course, as you say, there are issues because the governments, on the one hand, sometimes lack the political will. On the other hand, they lack the capacity and they lack the awareness to do the necessary things. So here's where you would want to get, organizations like the UNCTAD, right, which provides assistance towards developmental projects. Okay, you want to get low interest funding, right, towards these projects, and get the government to negotiate with the developed countries to try and bring these technologies into the country. And this is possible through the Paris Agreement framework now. In fact, the Article 6 mechanism leads to certain market-based schemes, as well as non-market-based schemes to address NDCs. So there is an incentive, and governments want to collaborate. For example, let me give you an example straight off. In Thailand, they had a huge problem with public transport. It was very old buses. And in Switzerland, they have already matured, but they're still lacking the capacity to bring down their emissions, right? So what they do is that they would invest in Thailand on this, the greenification of the buses. And what happens is that when you do that, when the carbon emissions are reduced in Thailand, the Paris Agreement central body would issue credits to Thailand for reducing their emissions. And then these credits can be transferred to Switzerland and set off against their excess emissions. So this mechanism, in a way, sort of creates a cooperative system to transfer technologies and implement green projects in countries where it is needed. But I think the countries in the developing, governments in the developing countries need to propose the projects. So they need to take the initiative in the first place. Yeah, so I think for that, you need to have good governance, and you need to have enterprising people to be able to do it. Yes, always. Sure, please go ahead.
So this is not exactly a climate-related example, but it is related to IP. I have a question later on to you if there's time. So your main point was, how do developing countries or the people of developing countries convince their leaders? That was the main point. So an acute IP problem of IP system was that it was not letting a lot of people access cheaper drugs. Okay, and the IP system, international law, it was one of the main impediments. So much so that I think it was 2000 or 1999, that in South Africa, the government decided that because of the AIDS issue, and it was really prevalent, so they decided that they will issue something that he was talking about, compulsory licenses. Compulsory licenses, what? A government allows you to produce somebody else's drug because the public needs it. That simple as that. Contrast this with voluntary license, where you decide whether you are going to give a license to somebody to produce it. That happened, and 40 pharmaceutical companies sued the South African government at that time. And it was a lot of bad publicity, bad, big pharma, bad people, publicity. After a few months, because of the bad publicity, there was so much pressure from public that they had to withdraw their case against South African government. That's one thing. That's how the people in those countries where the pharmaceutical companies were, and mostly developed countries, they took back that case. But that's one step. Second was, these developing countries, including Pakistan and all other countries, India, Brazil, South Africa, they went to the WTO and they pressured the WTO to declare that the agreement, international agreement, that is the problem, will not be a problem. So that's called the Doha Declaration of 2001. And that's the second thing. The same continuation, third thing. It's very difficult to amend one of the agreements of WTO because it requires consensus. So the whole WTO system works on consensus. If even a small country says, I do not agree with this, they cannot be a change. They cannot be something that can be accepted. There's only one amendment in the TRIPS agreement, the agreement related to IP, and that is related to compulsory licenses and promoting access to medicine. So in general, I agree with your point about developing countries having a difficulty to influence the decision makers in that sense. And that's not only because lack of willingness, it's also because of lack of knowledge. It's also because certain things are very low priority for many developing countries. Some developing countries are only looking at defense. The situation right now of the world, a lot of money is going into defending the borders or defending the sovereignty. So those kind of questions are very low. Climate is very low. And that's not because of the knowledge, but also the willingness. And we would like to consume. I don't want to give up. Many of us don't want to give up. So the point is, yes, agreed. But we have seen examples, some examples in recent past where people have been able to successfully lobby their governments for their own interest, especially developing countries or least developed countries. There are other examples too, especially coming from IP, but yeah, that's.
There was another question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Can I talk?
Please go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. I will start by introducing myself. My name is Dr. Koyage Filipo, and I'm from Tanzania. I'm doing my master's. I'm doing my master's in political science, focused in international relations in University of Islam International Indonesia in Jakarta. So actually, I appreciate your presentation, but if you don't mind, I would like to challenge your perspective.
Sure.
Based on your idea, based on your presentation about IP, intellectual property. It's good, but in my perspective and on behalf of a Global South country, I think this kind of perspective, it doesn't work because most of the Global South countries, they depend on the technology. They depend as subscribers for technology, not the inventor, like a big country, like nothing, like a developing country. So hear me out. For example, if technology is about to be owned by certain country, and if other countries, for example, Global South country, they depend on technology and they want to use that technology, it means that they need to have a permission from those people who introduce that technology. But the point is, if there is this kind of collaborative, because even if you're an inventor of the technology, it means that you need to be updated. Maybe even those countries of Global South, they may have good things to add on your technology so as it can be improving. But if you rely on the point of, since you have invention of this technology, you have your own capability of accepting or limiting of using this technology, it won't be work for maintaining or to reach these goals of sustainable development, since it's limited because you are the owner. You don't want to give up to other people. So that's my challenge for you. Thank you.
No, I completely agree with you. Pardon? Okay.
So thank you. Amazing question. And this was something that was going on in my mind. That's a perennial issue with property rights. Property rights divide rights into different people, and then you have to, and he also mentioned about something called patent pools, and so there's something we call tragedy of the commons, and then people came up with tragedy of anti-commons and all, stuff like that. Let me top up the challenge. I honestly, and it's you did a great job in talking about IP and sustainability, but I sometimes feel that the whole discussion about sustainability is greenwashing IP system. And you yourself said that intrinsically, IP system is neutral, you know. So I sometimes feel that when it comes to sustainability, and I know that WIPO also pushed and other institutions also pushed for that, but I don't even see climate crisis as a problem of the IP system. It's beyond IP system, and I agree with the colleague here with regard to understanding of the developing countries, because we feel that are stupid, but we are not, because again, it's greenwashing of the system. So the problem lies somewhere else. But because of certain institution existing and somebody from the rest of the developed world came to and I said, this is important and you have to know this. And then and you don't know too much about it, but still they come up with advanced issues and they say, okay, think about this with this. So that is one of the issues that I face when I start thinking about, let's say, sustainability. I can think about access to medicine. I can totally relate to the COVID issue because the system sometimes creates these problems.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think.
I mean, I completely agree with both the comments, but I just want to add something to that. If you really think about the history of IP law, right, and the history of nations, in fact, IP was created by, I would say, the industrialized nations, the West. And this is because they were the first to become industrialized, right? But do you know, I mean, if you look at the history of American industry, right? Industrialization began in the European context. And for many years in the US, they didn't give regard to any kind of IP. They were copying the European inventions, right? And then they, of course, over time became an industrial superpower. And then they started having the capacity to not only innovate, but also to export their innovation into other countries and saw the need to protect their inventions around the world. So in that sense, the IP standards that we are being imposed with, I mean, in the developing world, are essentially standards that are created by the industrialized superpowers back then, who themselves were violating IP of other first industrialized nations to become more powerful in terms of their economies. To a great extent, China was never part of the WTO system. And they were, copying inventions of the West. And they were able to develop their domestic capacity. And when their system was mature enough, they decided to join the WTO. And now they not only comply with IP standards, in fact, I think when I look at some of the commentaries about the IP system in China, they're doing a much better job. They're having a far stronger IP system in certain sectors so that their domestic innovators are protected and they can market their products globally. So I think it's a historical thing. And we really need to, as you say, I mean, from the developing countries' point of view, we need to be more conscious of this history when we are making policy decisions. I'm not sure whether it addressed the point you were raising, though. Yeah. Right. And Uwe's point. Yeah. Yes. So I think that relates to, I mean, you're right. I completely agree. Innovation takes place incrementally. And much of the innovation that we see are based on past innovations and improvements to those technologies. And the thing with that is that you're not going to be able to do that unless researchers have the freedom to actually experiment on existing technologies. So you can't have situations where patent owners enforce their IP rights against people who are engaging in bona fide research to develop that technology even further. And I think to that end, patent law does have some, mechanisms like the research and the research exception. So research activities concerning a patented technology are exempted from being caught up within lawsuits. So I think those mechanisms help, but even with those exceptions, we are seeing situations where patent owners sometimes abusively sue researchers who engage in research. Yeah. Sure. Do we have time? How are we? 1 minute. Well, Anna, I think you would want to please use the microphone.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I think when you start talking, I got the sense that you're talking about improvement to patents, that they are already being protected. And you make an improvement, and then the patent owner comes and sue you because of the improvement that you are doing. This is called blocking patents. All right? So the inventor blocks the improvement unless you make an agreement with him, a license. And normally it's very expensive. Normally, you just let it go. But then you let it go your product as well, because you need that patent because your improvement is on the top of the patent of the inventor. So the United States is very well known for blocking patents. If I can give you a source, I mean, I can give you afterwards. I mean, there is actually lots of authors talking about improving the patent system in the US to avoid blocking patents, if that answers your question. But I can talk to you later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for everyone that participate in this active discussion. I'm really happy that we have some critical discussion in here, but unfortunately the time is up. So if you have further more question, you can ask directly to Mr. Altaf Masuf. And I want to say thank you for everyone that participate in this lecture session. So I think my job in here is done. So I would like to say thank you all for hearing this insightful, and I'm sorry if I made some mistakes. So I will give it back to Nabil. Thank you so much for everyone.
Thank you so much, Miss Sharon, and also Associate Professor Dr. Altaf, for that very insightful discussion that we also had right here. I was listening, and wow, the questions being asked as well were very, very advanced. Even me as a dentistry student, I cannot understand most of them. Now, before we end today's lecture series, the organizing committee would like to present a token of appreciation to our lecture instructor today, to Associate Professor Dr. Altaf. It will be given by our Chief of Committee, Dr. Salma. So we would like to invite to the front once again, Associate Professor Dr. Altaf, to receive the token of appreciation by our Chief of Committee, Dr. Salma. Not only that, we also present a souvenir from the university to Dr. Altaf. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Altaf and also Dr. Salma. We have now reached the end of today's event and agenda. Yay, day one is finally over. Well, 75% over, because I would like to remind you all that tonight we will be having the welcoming dinner at the Mayor's Office of Surabaya at 6 p.m. So I would like to remind you that the dress code is the national costumes that you have been asked to bring with you and wear with you for tonight's special event. So thank you so much for your attendance, and also to the online participants, don't forget to fill in the attendance form, because the day is now almost over, and the link for the presidency for the absence has already been sent to you. So don't forget to fill it in so that you can get the certificate at the end. All right, that is everything for today. Thank you so much to our respected instructors for attending today's event and also for our remarkable participants. Don't forget, 6 p.m. on the dot, be ready for our very nice dinner at the mayor's office. All right, everyone? Yes, yes, I heard that. Okay, have a lovely evening and see you soon. Goodbye.
I'm not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts.
I've learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one loved you as you are. But won't let them break me down to this. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious.
When the sharpest words wanna cut me down,
I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I'll make no apologies. This is me.
another round of bullets in my skin, and we'll find a way. Today I won't let the shame sink in.
We are bursting through the barricades and reaching for the sun. We are warriors, and that's what we become. Won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we're glorious. When the stars apart wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. This is me. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. This is me. Through the dark, through where no one's been before, but it feels like they can say our songs crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy.
the organizers. This is my own thing. So let's join in the middle. Come in the middle and we'll take a picture.
All right, to all the respective participants and also instructors who are still in the room, let's take one final picture to make this moment even more memorable. So we invite you all to come to the stage in the middle to take a group picture together. All the participants and instructors come together for one final photo together.
They can say those songs crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy.
Alright, so if you are on the side, squish towards the middle. Like actually seriously squish because you guys are so wide right now. Okay, everyone look at the camera. I don't know whatever camera you want to look at. 3, 2, 1, and smile. It's okay, I can Photoshop myself later on.
A million dreams for the world we're gonna make.
Alright, everyone still remembers, right? The motto? Alhamdulillah. Alright, are you ready? Fifth Summer School, leading the future!
Special things I combine with each one day.
That was awkward. Huh? What? Oh, one more, guys. So after we say the motto, everyone clap your hands and cheer on, okay? Let's not make this awkward. And also wave to the camera later on. Okay? All right, everyone. Is everyone ready?
Okay, guys, don't forget to have fun. It's a fun thing and learning, so don't forget to have fun. Okay.
Dreams for the world we're gonna make. However big, however small, let me be part of it all. Share your dreams with me. You may be right, you may be wrong, but see that you're bringing me along.
A quick important announcement. We would like to inform you that the bus is now arriving very soon, and also for the cars for the respective instructors, they are now ready for your departure to the hotel. So if you wish to depart now to your hotel to rest for a bit before the dinner, you can now head downstairs and the car is now ready for you. For the participants, please prepare yourselves as the bus will soon be arriving at the campus.
A million dream, I think of what the world could be. A vision of the one I see. A million dream is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. For the world we're gonna make.
Adelia, are you here? we would like to remind to all participants that the bus is now ready and also all the cars are ready for your departures. You may now depart from the room.
Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts.
I learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one loved you as you are. But won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious.
When the sharpest words wanna cut me down,
I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I'll make no apologies. This is me.
Once again, dear participants and instructors, your vehicle is now ready for your departure downstairs. So please kindly depart from the room and prepare yourself, as tonight we will be having the welcoming dinner at the Mayor Office of Surabaya.
we'll find a way. Today, I won't let the ship sink.
We are bursting through the barricades and reaching for the sun. We are warriors, and that's what we become. Won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we're glorious. When the sharpest word wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. This is me. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand afloat, gonna drown them out. This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. This is me. This is me. I close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me that I call my own.
Through the dark, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say those songs crazy. They can say I've lost my mind.
For me,